Hey everybody, you're tuning in to the Canary Cry News Talk live stream pre-stream. Congratulations, you made it, baby. And here we are. We got a great show for you today. We're going to get started in just about a minute, but good job, Puppy McPuppyface over on D-Live. Our first comment of the day. You did it. Good job. And hey to everybody else. Well, like I said, we're getting the show started soon, but a couple of updates. Number one, you can head on over to CanaryCry.Party. As you know, tons of links there, important stuff. Your one-stop shop for everything Canary Cry News Talk, of course. You can find all of our live streaming locations. You should follow us in multiples of those. You can find links to our newsletter. You should join that. Canary Cry Clips channel is now there. You can find all of our social media and our community groups there. The Discord, the CanaryCry.community. All sorts of good stuff there. You can also get hooked up with the Canary Cry Street Team. Go get some of those fun flyers. Hang them up. Canary Cry Bingo is there. Hope you're keeping up with that. But now you can find a link to the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames. That's right. We've updated the page. It's all nice and pretty now. You can learn about the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames. What is it? How do you join? And we've got a running list of all of the Knights and Dames who have made it their place to be at the Canary Cry Roundtable. So go check that out, and we'll have some more fun announcements during the show. Other than that, folks, we're about to get started here, so stay hydrated, buckle your seatbelts, let's get going.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy. You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Today is January 31st, 2022. We are live to tape, baby. This is episode 440, and today, Trudeau and Razzle Dazzle. I'm your best buddy, Basil.
And this is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. And welcome back. It's a new week. It's Monday.
Gary, what day is it? Monday. Monday.
1 down, 12 to go. I'm sorry, 11 to go for 2022.
11 Mondays?
No, 11
months. Okay, yeah. It'll be fine. It'll fly by. But things just will keep getting crazier and crazier. Gonz, we always forget to do this, but I would like to remind the live stream viewers to go ahead and like and subscribe and bell button.
Subscribe, bell button, all. Like, subscribe, bell button, all.
Press it.
That's right. Sometimes people forget that that's an important thing to do. Okay, so the weekend, it happened, Gonz. Anything fun and exciting happening in your life?
No, just some good family time.
Chilling.
Yep.
Chilling. Well, good. Well, I feel it's my obligation now. I feel a responsibility to keep everybody up to date on the current state of roller skating in America, baby. That's right. Went roller skating again. On Sunday, third week in a row. It's turning into a habit, Gonz.
What's disappointing to me is that last episode on Friday, I had a little clip of a guy doing a roller skating move, like a move, where he took a skate off and he sat on it. It was a cool move, and I was gonna show it to you and say, hey, try this if you're gonna go do your skating thing again. And then now you're telling me on Monday how you went skating and it's so wholesome and it's so fun. Meanwhile, you deleted that video because you didn't want to step up to the challenge.
Yeah. Well, and part of it is because, Gonz, I know you're a bit disconnected from like the world of social media and stuff. And that's a pretty popular TikTok going around.
Is it?
It's okay. I mean, everybody's seen it. I've seen it. It's good. I mean, it's fun. It's that TikTok or Instagram video you guys may have seen. It's a meme type of viral video thing, and it's just a dad. And the text says, "My dad said he had a cool trick to show us roller skating." And he takes off one of his skates and he kind of sits on it and rides around. It's very impressive. Not very practical. I would be laughed out of the rink, Gonz. That does not inspire any respect from the true skaters.
Well,
and there are true skaters. I'm starting to really explore the sociology going on at the skate rink. There's some serious like alpha male competition going on there.
Oh, the men, really?
Yes.
I was thinking the women, and the girls doing the twists and the jumps and the spins.
No. I mean, there's very talented women skaters.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about like alpha male tribal competition happening.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yes.
Like just in terms of skating, or are you talking like,
it's
doing
full
a flip?
spectrum. Let me tell you about it.
All right.
I mean, it's not even about like skating skill. Skating skill is part of it. Now, there's a lot of people at this rink who are really good. And, they do everything. They skate the backwards. They do the dances. Nobody's like doing figure skating or anything, but it's very impressive. And there's like a certain social structure of really aggressive male skaters who are going around in circles. Indeed, there are even like courting. There's like courting going on the skate rink, which is interesting to watch. But there's some really weird like alpha male energy going on.
Did they bump you as they go by and stuff like that?
Oh, bro. Let me tell you.
Okay, so this is starting to sound like rec pool. I've done a lot of swim practices where all of a sudden there's like rec people there, and then they have no disregard for lane, courtesy or anything like that.
It's the whole thing. No.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, and there are rec skaters. That's what they're called. They're called rec skaters.
Okay.
They even have their own special. They get their own song played during the night where only the rec skaters can skate.
Fun.
But as if that would stop them from rec skating literally 100% of the night anyways. So first of all, first update, I had totally forgotten that I received some rollerblades for Christmas, I think last year. And so I had been renting skates, and then I remembered I got blades. I busted the blades out. Okay. Way cooler, way faster, way better at it, actually. And everybody knows I've been working on bulking up since 2020.
Were you a little top heavy when you try to get around?
I've got a bigger body than I did back in 2022. Been working out, been doing the whole thing. Currently on a cut. Oh, if you guys want updates on that, I can let you know. So I'm one of the bigger gentlemen out on the rink, just size wise, But I am not one of the most talented skaters. So I just cruise, man. Mm-hmm. I'm just going around in circles, taking it easy, just focusing on not dying, which is my main concern. I crash, I fall probably once every time I go, and gets to practice my tuck and rolls, which are always very impressive. But my coolest trick is falling and doing a sweet tuck and roll.
Do you get right back up?
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty good now. And I don't smash my face. I do this cool tuck, a cool fall. That's my best trick. But every time I go, the cool alpha male skater dudes are like legitimately putting their hands on me. I mean, it's one thing. It's very common. They go very fast. They weave in and out of everybody. Uh-huh. It's like kind of annoying until you realize like, oh, they just want to go fast and like have fun. It's nothing personal. They're not trying to like, bug anybody. But they will dodge and weave in and out of people. It is extremely dangerous, but they're talented skaters. Usually nothing happens. But about 3 or 4 times a night that I go. One of these, well, multiple, 3 or 4 different ones will like physically put their hands on me and like use me as some sort of catapult or, you know, push me out of the way or something. And I talked to, because I'll go with my friends. I'm like, yo, is this happening to anybody else? They're like, no, man, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, there's like some serious contact going on out there. They're like, no, I don't think so. No, I haven't seen it. And it finally, they finally got it where I was just cruising, you know, mid-speed, coming around a bend. And out of the corner of my eye, I see one of the alpha males, the skate alpha male boys. Yeah. I see out of the corner of my eye, he's skating backwards. And
he's skating backwards.
He's backwards.
Okay.
You know, they do this all the time.
Sure, yeah.
They're pretty good.
Yeah, we're 8 minutes in on the story, so
I'm trying to wrap it up, and you're interrupting it now.
Okay.
He's skating backwards. I see him coming out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, well, there's nothing I can do about it. Surely he has the skill and the confidence. He sees me here. He is going to kind of be annoying, but he will not hit me. He does. But not only does he hit me, he comes up to me backwards, puts his hands on me, and uses me as like a catapult.
Wait a minute.
To launch himself into the air and do a 360 spin and land backwards again.
Hold on.
Yeah, okay.
Wait a minute. He's skating backwards towards you. Now, does he reach behind himself to grab you?
Yeah, like he turns his body when we're like parallel with one another. He puts both of his hands on my chest and my shoulder. And instead of just like zooming past, like sometimes they'll do that to me and like slingshot themselves, he pushes on me and like jumps into the air, does a 360 and lands back down again. And I'm thinking like, whoa, first of all, like he did, like I did not necessarily feel it. Like he's kind of a smaller guy. He's a younger guy. He's really fit. He seems like maybe he's in the military or something. Like, you know, the baby face young guys, but are like pretty jacked. And he was shorter. So it didn't knock me over or anything.
Sure.
But he does this thing. He lands backwards again. Now he's facing me in front of me. And he like starts yelling at me. Like angrily yelling at me. And I could not tell you for the life of me, Gonz, what he was actually saying. But it seemed as if he was telling me that I was too big to be on the skating rink.
Basil body, what is it? Body camera?
Yeah.
That's a thing.
What?
Somebody was saying.
Yeah, Basil body cam.
Basil body cam. You need to body cam this. We need to see this. We need to investigate what's going on. I think the whole you're too big or whatever, I think that's an excuse for these guys to court you.
It's possible. It's possible.
Like,
but I think it's more of like a showing off thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's more of like establishing dominance. But that's not even the end of it, Gonz. He lands backwards. He's facing me, skating backwards
away.
now.
He's skating away
yelling
from you
at
backwards.
Me, and he legitimately like puffs up his chest. Like with elbows out, like strongman chest puff.
Yeah.
And he's yelling at me, says something about like big guys or something. And I had no idea what he said.
Big guys is what he's saying.
He was not happy about it. And so I puffed my chest out just to like tell him, because I couldn't tell if he was mad or if like he was trying to tell me something. So I just mimic him. And I mimic him. I puff my chest out, make my shoulders nice and big. And he curses at me and then turns around and just like skates off super fast. And then that was it. It was just it was a real confrontation that I was not expecting in the skate rink. So I think I don't know. I think I have to watch my back now. Am I going to get jumped on the skate rink? I'm just trying to live my life, man, and all these skater alpha boys got something to prove. They got something to prove. That's all I got to say. I will put on the Basil body cam see if I can catch some cool stuff. Speaking of the Basil body cam, I did notice, these skate rinks, it's all neon colors and like 80s paint on the walls and designs and stuff. There's a full-on recursive hexagram in like black light yellow paint. Just a giant recursive hexagram, sign of Telema, Aleister Crowley, like hidden within the 80s paint job in this place. So,
well, there you go. Yeah. Now we have even more answers.
Maybe that's
more data points.
There's some sort of like spiritual
they see you
vibe.
They sense the Holy Spirit. They don't like it, and they turn into little demon skaters that
threat to their occult practices.
Try to touch you and puff their chest out like lions or something, or
roller
gorillas.
Skating occultists is kind of a funny idea.
Yeah, I like the idea that
red robes, carrying like a dagger, doing some cool skate tricks.
We should just do a whole movie where it's all Illuminati versus truthers, and it all takes place on an ice rink. Just everything, all the competition, the wars.
Yeah. So if you're looking to like get into some alpha male combat, the skate rink is for you. All right. Sorry it took so much time. I didn't mean for it to, but just a lot's going on out there. Mm-hmm. I've upgraded to inline skates, and I'll keep everybody posted.
Okay.
Speaking of alpha male, we got a Speakpipe. We got an audio message from somebody you might recognize, Gonz. We might as well just play the message.
Hello, my fellow Americans. You're listening to the greatest news deconstruction podcast. Frankly, with a Christian worldview, at least that's what they tell me. Elect us for president, and we will support the greatest podcast that deconstructs the fake news media. It's CNN and the rest of them. Especially you. I'm looking at you, Christianzilla. I'm watching you. Think outside the cage, my fellow Americans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Trump. Sounds like he was a little sauced when he left this message.
A little saucer.
Yeah, but I thought it was... maybe he's fighting something off. Actually, he doesn't drink, so I don't know. Maybe
he's working off a burger, McDonald's cheeseburger or something.
Yeah. So thank you very much. That message from the former President Donald Trump was facilitated. Of course, that was the real Trump, but the message was facilitated by CoolRunningsMon.
Oh,
thank
wow.
you very much.
That's some exclusive audio of 45, huh? That's pretty amazing.
I know. Thank you very much, CoolRunningsMon, for showing Trump how to use his iPhone and leave us a message. We appreciate that very much. And you too out there can leave us a message by going to CanaryCry.Newstalk.com and clicking on the little green tab on the right side of the website. That'll let you just leave us a voice message right then, right there. You can use it to help your favorite celebrity leave us a message, say hi to the listeners or thank producers, or send in your own Canary Cry News Talk Boots on the Ground report, which we will have some more messages throughout the show. So thank you very much. Well, all right. You have anything before we get into the show?
Well, just wanted to show the state of mainstream news here. Mm-hmm. With a story from Washington Post, and the headline is Oscar Meyer is selling a bologna facial mask. We tried it out.
Oh.
And literally, for those of you watching, it's the creepiest thing in the world. It's a bologna skincare Oscar Meyer's new face mask. And so literally it's just a bologna on a face. Yeah.
Cool.
The state
Is it
of
real
news.
bologna, or is it just attempting to sort of bring back the nostalgic vibe of, did you ever make bologna masks as a kid?
No.
Again, on the list of food-related white boy things that I have a lot of experience with, and Gonz gets to have a nice little cultural lesson when I bring it up. Bologna masks, it's a great way to pass the time during school lunch. Bite some eye holes, bite a nose hole, bite a mouth hole, put it on your face. Your friends laugh, your teachers laugh, everybody laughs. They think you're the funniest. They lift you up on their shoulders, parade you around the school, and you're the most popular kid in school.
Yeah, these are hydrogel masks.
Not even real bologna.
Yeah, but they look like the bologna. But I think it's made by Oscar Mayer.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, it's like a PR thing.
It's a PR thing. It's a native ad here, but Wapo.
Oh, it's an actual native ad on Washington Post for Oscar Mayer bologna masks.
Where else would Oscar Mayer promote their new line of product, branching away from actual allegedly edible bologna to bologna face masks, hydrogel?
Wow. Yeah.
Like what story would ever, or what news could ever get that into a headline if it's not for a native ad here?
Oh, it's definitely a native ad. Yeah. And just because some people don't know what that is. A native ad is an advertisement disguised as a news story. You see them all the time. And it's one of the main ways that news outlets, fund themselves, which is by sort of explicitly lying to you.
Yeah.
By advertising and calling it news, which it is not. The bologna mask is not news.
Yeah.
But good. It's good to know the Washington Post is so financially on the rocks that they have to stoop. It's such nonsense.
Yeah. While, there's a lot of, or I guess not a lot of, there's little coverage of the whole trucker thing happening in Ottawa. Mm-hmm. Wapo coming out with important stories trending on Twitter. Oscar Mayer's bologna face mask.
How is the American news media supposed to find the time and the resources to report on sort of a paradigm shifting power to the people movement going on in Canada that is then spreading around the world against the building tyranny over the past 2 years when their schedule is so chock-a-block full with bologna masks? They have to make hard choices, Gonz. You wouldn't understand. This is just us peons wouldn't understand the type of hard decisions these news execs have to make.
Well, from bologna masks to robots and artificial wombs and flippy arms and...
Wow, this is a great segue.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
Okay, folks, it's time for the Flippy update. If you're new to the show, Flippy is our colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world, and just how there's nothing we can do about it. Today, this is coming from independent.co.uk, mirrored through yahoo.com. And the headline is Chinese scientists build robot nanny to care for babies in artificial womb. A lot there, Gonz. So let me learn you something. Scientists in China have created a robotic artificial intelligence system to monitor and care for human embryos growing in artificial wombs. The AI robot is being developed as a potential solution to population growth problems in the world's most populous country, with birth rates recently falling to their lowest level in 6 decades. Researchers at the Suzhou Institute of Biomedical Engineering and Technology in China's eastern Jiangsu province developed the robot to undertake the labor-intensive task of observing, documenting, and manually adjusting the carbon dioxide, nutrition, and other environmental inputs. It is also able to rank embryos by their development potential, according to the South China Morning Post, who first reported on the device. Okay, so I'm going to continue in a second, but there is so much
I know,
hidden in just that first little thing.
Yeah.
So first of all, this is mainly an artificial intelligence system, not strictly a robotic arm, okay?
Yeah.
But still a big deal, which is why we're bringing it to the Flippy update. Just the casual dropping of growing embryos, like bringing them to term in artificial wombs. They don't even go into like, oh, scientists can now just grow a full test tube baby. Because, of course, artificial insemination is one thing, but artificial womb, where the embryo grows to a fetus, which comes to term as a baby, all outside of the body, is the thing of science fiction. And as far as I am aware, Gonz, and it feels like we would be aware of this, the artificial womb itself is still not as much of a reality as sort of the full apocalyptic view of its existence would be. But is this them sort of casually announcing that they can like do the full womb thing now?
I think the last time we reported on the artificial womb, they were testing on the show. They were testing something with like the spin or something, and they could keep them alive longer than they had before or something like that. So I recall something like that with the artificial womb, but maybe it progressed so much because that was probably last year. So within the last couple of years at least, there are, if I'm not mistaken, depending on where these experiments are taking place, there are rules as to how far you can develop certain embryos. So coming from China, where there's no rule, or at least, they
would have the most lax regulations.
The governments would be pushing for it to find out how they can genetically dominate the world.
Yeah, and it's a big deal because, of course, a government with the power to just manufacture human beings in an artificial womb at scale that is full on like Attack of the Clones, like Star Wars clone army style manufacturing of human beings. So any womb, they kind of just drop that casually. That, like, the artificial wombs are here and they're doing great. Then
the population growth problem.
Yes, they mentioned that China, because of their previous one family, one child policy, their population, although the largest, population by nation in the world, I believe, or at least at the top of the list somewhere, having an issue with not enough population, while the West is obsessed with lowering the population, shows a lot about long-term planning.
Yep.
This is not a politics or geopolitical, China section of the show, but it's just a lot is being said in very few words.
Plus the whole notion of like, hey, our birth rates are falling, so machines, right?
Exactly.
Artificial wombs,
manufacturing. That's what China's best at.
Well, these women don't want to go through pregnancy and all that. We need to manufacture it through the technology that we have.
Or they're just not doing it fast enough.
Oh, yeah. Not good enough.
Yeah. And then also the scary idea that this robot is able to rank embryos by their development potential. This is eugenics 101.
Eugenics and literally surveillance from the moment of life being conceived.
State autonomous digital surveillance.
100%.
Starting at the moment of conception.
Yeah.
In these artificial, so spooky stuff. Okay, let's keep going. A research paper published in the Journal of Biomedical Engineering described how the robotic nanny has already been used to nurture animal embryos within an artificial womb environment. Quote, there are still many unsolved mysteries about the physiology of typical human embryonic development, the paper stated, adding that the technology would, quote, not only help further understand the origin of life and embryonic development of humans, but also a theoretical basis for solving birth defects and other major reproductive health problems. So from, taking care of a fetus in an artificial womb to this artificial intelligence, again, the black box of the robotic mind, helping us understand the origin of life. Talk about the scientism there.
Yeah.
Of, hey, you want to know where life came from, why we're here? Well, our AI told us after taking care of some babies, whatever it tells us,
right,
that we were manifested through a digital singularity that appeared when the aliens seeded our planet or something like that. According to the paper, the system allows the fetus to grow more safely and efficiently than it does within the natural setting of a woman's womb. Sorry, ladies. We need more safety and efficiency.
Wow. That is
your baby
so offensive.
Is not efficient enough, women. We need the robots.
Wow, that is amazing. How is this being published in The Independent?
The Independent. It is a specific attack on the miracle of a woman's body to create life out of basically nothing. I mean, there's a little something added to the mix, of course. But you can't have a woman carry a child. That's not safe or efficient.
That is incredible. I am very appalled by
it. Goes all the way, man. Yeah. It's like, and this is in the paper. Yeah. It's not even just like
it's science.
This is in the paper. Then it's
science is truth.
Okay, that's not all. There's a little bit more here. The technology is evocative of the mechanical nanny described in the short story Daisy's Patent Automatic Nanny from the acclaimed 2019 collection Exhalation by Ted Chiang. Okay. In the story, a child raised exclusively by an automatic nanny grows up to be incapable of interacting with other humans. No kidding. So we'll see how that works out. While the Chinese researchers have proved that the technology could be used safely for the development of embryos, there is still legal obstacles in place that would prevent it from being used on human fetuses beyond 2 weeks of development. So there's that regulation you were talking about before. But, the regulation...
Schmegulation.
Regulation adjusts to the state of the science.
Well, not just that, but also the social state of the world can pressure the changes to occur faster.
Yeah, and part of it is once the science can take it past the 2 weeks, they'll petition for regulation change. So the regulation means nothing. And, there was regulations against Dr. Ha to not CRISPR some babies, and he went ahead and did it anyways. Yeah. So there you go. When we talk about how Flippy is taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses, this is quite literally
it's all of it, all the above.
Exactly. Yes, they're getting involved from conception to enslave the children into the panopticon police surveillance state, manufacturing our children specifically to make efficiently and safely to make them good cogs in the wheel. Thanks, Flippy.
Yay. The nanny state robot for children.
Yeah. Before we move on, which we are going to do, I'm seeing a couple chats asking questions about producing the show. You're not too late to produce today's show, so you can head on over to CanaryCry.Radio.com/support if you want to produce the show. We also do not have any executive producers or associate executive producers today. So if somebody was looking for a good time to snatch that executive producer title or associate executive producer title, today would be a great day. Not a lot of competition for you. Okay, well, shall we get into some COVID?
It's Corona time. COVID-19, 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 yes. COVID-19, COVID-19, coronavirus.
Vaccine, number one way.
This is a report clip from Fox 13, and it's about a girl who might have to get her legs amputated.
This is Claire Bridges, a bubbly kava tender at the Grassroots Kava House in St. Pete. She's sitting in a hospital room right now, facing the unthinkable reality that she's going to have both legs amputated after getting sick with COVID. Claire was vaccinated.
She wasn't getting circulation to her legs, and because of that, there was a lot of muscle damage.
She was born with a serious heart condition, which led to multiple complications after contracting the virus. She nearly died multiple times, yet still somehow has kept her spirits up.
Claire's just such a positive ray of light, and she's just such a wonderful woman. When she woke up and they told her about it, she was very calm and very peaceful. And she just looked at them and said, I want bionic legs. And that's kind of the attitude that Claire's held the whole time.
Friends and family have raised tens of thousands of dollars through multiple online fundraisers for her medical bills and future expenses. They're also showing love in the form of notes compiled together in a book, letting her know she's not alone.
Everybody wants Claire to know how much she means to them and let her know how loved she is and how supported she is.
Though her prognosis is dire, her best friend and roommate says Claire's future remains bright, even if it seems dark in the moment.
I think she's going to make the best out of this and have many opportunities to come in her life. Just take it seriously and realize that it's not a joke.
In Tampa, Josh Cassio, Fox 13 News.
Take what as not a joke? I'm confused. It's almost like they wanted to make the vaccine point, but
they
didn't
threw
really,
a little whipsaw in there.
They didn't really have enough to go with it, so they just kind of spliced it in there randomly.
And have many opportunities to come in her life. Just take it seriously and realize that it's not a joke.
In Tampa, Josh Cassio, Fox 13 News.
Really poorly done.
We'll be thinking and praying for her for sure. She's going to have a long road to recovery, but Claire's friends say once she's able to, they believe that she will become an advocate and a voice for others who are overcoming adversity.
Overcoming adversity. Sorry.
Yeah.
Overcoming adversity. So what's not clear about this clip is, so the whole leg thing, is that happening because she got COVID or because she got the vaccines? Or are they even related? Or what, they just kind of implied that, because she had COVID.
Right. The story is that, this brings up a good thing, because in this narrative shift, it's obligatory to mention if somebody is vaccinated or not,
right?
Because that tells you how to feel about the person, or at least that's what they're shooting for.
Yeah.
And this was obviously, they didn't even have to tell us that she was vaccinated, because they were so glowing, and she's such a great person, and she's so, she's such a light in the darkness of this world. They were never going to say she was unvaccinated, because that's only for, bad people.
Bad people, yeah.
Right. So she was vaccinated, and she caught COVID and lost some circulation to her legs, probably because the spike proteins, they caused the heart problems, the cardiovascular issues.
Well, the blood clot, too. Wasn't blood clotting part of the early on?
Did they say blood clotting in this?
I don't know that they specifically said that. But
I don't know. I'm not a doctor. They were just saying she lost circulation to her legs.
Yeah.
But, this is all surrounding the fact that she had, heart birth defects that she had suffered for her whole life. So this is one of the especially at-risk population who even, at the most, generous of mainstream reports about vaccine mandates and things, they always say that, at-risk people need the vaccine.
Right.
Well, this at-risk person had the vaccine, and, it turned out pretty bad for her. And the face amputation of the legs is, that's a life-changing, extreme, situation, especially for a young lady her age.
Yeah.
And first thing she said when she wakes up, I want cybernetic legs.
Yeah.
I want to be a cyborg. So the cyborg, this sort of transhumanism mindset is very
it's worked.
Very prevalent.
It really that's kind of what my takeaway was. All the predictive programming and the propaganda and everything that we've been pointing out, and it's been so overbearing that it's, you don't even have to point it out anymore. Everybody kind of knows that, like, that's what they're pushing in a lot of TV shows and movies and everything else. It's gotten to the point where, someone's facing these situations, but they have a positive sort of, not just an outlook, but an alternative an alternative option or possibility that may not have been realistic or even attainable in the past, but now, as technology advances, it's like, I'm losing my legs. Okay, that sucks, but am I going to have cool bionic legs?
I'll get cool bionic legs.
Yeah, it's kind of.
And this is a good opportunity to bring up a little note I sent you yesterday, Gonz, because of course this young woman who loses her legs, especially after quote unquote following the rules and getting vaccinated, she was told was going to protect her and all this stuff. Of course, we want her to walk, and of course, we want her to, be able to live as normal of a life as possible. And it brought up this thing that I texted you yesterday, which I was just trying to sort of, my mind, I was daydreaming and trying to. Yeah,
you sent a lot yesterday. I'm trying to go through here. I'm trying to find it.
Well, no, it's okay. I remember it. It was just, I was trying to, because we talk so often, and we often are sort of taking the role of what somebody might consider like anti-technology or anti-robots or something.
Right.
Which we're not technically anti-technology. It's not about being anti-technology or anything like that. It's simply whose technology, what technology, and who owns it, who controls it, and to what end does that technology serve in the long run. So, when we talk about this young lady needing cyborg legs to be able to walk again, we're not against this young lady being able to walk again, but it's the narrative crafting, the social engineering of the transhumanists that have done the legwork, if you will, to present mechanical alternatives to the human form as the obvious better choice, the obvious the improvement upon the human experience. And so that's main, and then that extends, of course, to some of the more sinister aspects of transhumanism. But cyborg legs is just a part of it. And yes, we hope this girl, A, doesn't lose her legs, but B, gets to live a rich, full life and does what she wants to do. But the speed at which the cyborg legs was brought up, she woke up from whatever, a coma or surgery or something, and was like, all right, give me the legs, baby. Let's go. It goes into some of the old Canary Cry radio conversations, the episodes goes back to the kangaroo legs.
Yep.
Should I get some kangaroo legs to upgrade these boring old human legs? Man, if I had kangaroo legs out on the skate rink, bring it on, Alpha Skate Boys.
That guy that tried to grab you wouldn't.
He grabbed me.
Wouldn't make it. Oh, he grabbed you. That did grab you.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. There's this guy who was dressed. He was like a cowboy. He was like a cool roller skating cowboy, and he had cowboy boot roller skates.
Oh, wow. Where are you? This sounds like the metaverse. It doesn't sound like a real world.
It kind of was like he had a metaverse. He was wearing a metaverse skin. Yeah.
Right.
He had purchased the NFT of roller skating cowboy.
Yeah.
And was just nailing it, man. It's awesome. He bumped me too, but he apologized, so he's cool.
He's cool. Well, he's a gentleman.
He really was. He had this gigantic mustache. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
All right. Let's keep moving. Got distracted there,
okay. So point of this, just to take away, is the interesting overlap, which we've been saying from the beginning, that all this COVID stuff, the medical tyranny, everything is moving towards the transhumanist thing, the agenda. And again, you bring up the nuances, the challenges, the philosophical conversations, social, the ethical. I mean, it really does affect our entire experience, our life experience. So
an interesting detail, and an interesting detail in that report, they mentioned she was a Kava server. Are you aware of Kava? Do you know what this is?
Isn't that something to do with like a nerve something or other?
So
Kava, or something?
Yeah, kind of something like that. So Kava is a sort of tribal drink, I believe made out of, a root or a leaf or something from the Amazon, which was, used back in the the ancient Amazonian days. And it's this brewed drink that
Polynesian,
has some sort of, maybe Polynesian. I may get my geography wrong. Has some sort of, intoxicant effect on the drinker, but it's not like getting drunk or getting high or something. But it's sort of it's a very ritualistic, hippy dippy kind of social thing. Like you drink it with people, and it's supposed to like make you get along with them more and grow closer to them. And depending on who you're talking to or what article you're reading, it can be very spiritual. Yeah. So this girl, she's a good-looking young girl. She's got a septum piercing and stuff in some of her things. Serving kava, which is a very particular drink for sort of a very particular group of people who are into that. So I don't know. It just was an interesting detail of like how great of a person she was and how you should take this seriously, because
that's the part that was interesting. Like obviously her leg story serious. We should take that seriously, but are you talking about the vaccine or the virus, or what are you talking about? Just need audio to toe the line here. Even Fox 13 here. Another little numerology detail because it's fun. This video starts off at how the ticker on the bottom, the Fox 13, that usually has the date, or not the date, but the time and like the temperature. Well, this half of this story here, it's 6:06 p.m. at 62 degrees. So you have your 3 6s line up there.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fun.
I got some interesting stuff for you that we can just zoom through here.
Okay.
Coming from Mashable.com, the headline: What if you could test for COVID using your smartphone camera? New research suggests it's possible. Researchers from the University of California, Santa Barbara have developed a new, cheaper method for possible home COVID-19 testing that involves a smartphone camera and app. There's a certain segment of the population listening to this show, Gonz, that watched Songbird in the early days of the pandemic, which one of the main, story drivers in the film. For those who need a reminder, Songbird came out in the first year of the pandemic or so, and was sort of the dystopian
the COVID movie.
Yeah, it was the COVID apocalypse movie that came out during COVID, which was just like a brilliant propaganda piece.
Everybody was like, hey, wait a minute.
Too soon.
When did they start making this?
Too soon, yeah. And in that film, everybody had to test every single day with an app on their smartphone. And you point the camera at you, and it tells you if you have COVID or not. And, of course, because it was a panopticon police state, if you had COVID, according to this app, then the purge squad would come to your house and take you away and set you on fire and stuff. Yeah. So there you go. Keep in mind, don't worry, folks. The smartphone COVID detector is coming our way. Everything's going to be fine. The new testing system, which is the subject of a research paper printed in the journal JAMA Network Open, uses some basic lab equipment and the app BacTCount to detect possible pathogens in a person's saliva. To use it, you load your saliva sample into a test kit sitting on a hot plate. You then add in a specific reactive solution that amplifies viral RNA that might be in that spit, similar to the solution process that current at-home COVID tests use. This special process is called loop-mediated isothermal amplification, or LAMP for short. Once any potential viral RNA is amplified, you place your cardboard box with an LED light over the top. Then a smartphone's camera can look into the light, into the LED lit box, where it should be able to see any color reactions that indicate the presence of COVID-19. If a viral load is present, the solution should create a bright red light. If the viral load is larger, aka more contagious, the red light should appear quicker. The app will estimate your viral load based on how quickly that light appears and registers. According to Gizmodo, the cost of using this new test setup would be, quote, less than $100 plus the price of a smartphone you'd need to run the app. For each subsequent test, which would presumably require a new test kit, you'd be out about $7. A bargain compared to the hundreds that insurance companies have been charging for certain PCR and rapid tests. The researchers say this testing method could have the same accuracy rate as a PCR test, and being able to conduct the test at home could potentially allow for much quicker results than a PCR test taken at a doctor's office that handles hundreds of samples a day. However, it is important to note that this study did have a relatively small sample size of 50 people. Further research will be needed before it can be implemented widely. The test kit was originally designed for resource-limited settings, but its head researcher told Gizmodo that it could easily be adapted for home testing as well. The only caveat is that BactiCount app is currently only compatible with the Samsung Galaxy S9 due to its specific camera calibrations. This could change in the future as research continues and allow for more smartphone cameras to tap into the testing technology. This is not around the corner, but this idea of having a little box in your home that every day you wake up, you spit in a tube, and use your phone, your iPhone or your Samsung or whatever, to detect if you have COVID at that moment or not, obviously is sort of like a in the world where the pandemic is all pervasive and never ends, that would be, a pretty giant leap for society as far as easy testing goes. But the fact that it's tied into an app in your phone and obviously is being recorded and sold and given access by governments and things like that, that's when the purge squad comes, baby. I think it's interesting how this tests contagiousness, which I'm pretty sure at this moment really no other easily available test does. Even PCR tests don't test for viral load. I mean, that's the biggest problem with it is, you can amplify some RNA as much as you want with the PCR test, even so much that it's like not a helpful test to take. But it doesn't tell you the viral load. So this at-home test telling you your viral load, telling you if you're contagious or not, is an interesting aspect of what they're trying to make normal in society.
Yeah, I thought they already had this going on in other countries and stuff, or is it different?
An at-home smartphone COVID testing device?
Yeah, I thought I heard about this like weeks ago, but maybe they were just talking about the potential before. They've obviously been working on this for a while. This doesn't just pop up in 2 weeks. So maybe you saw a report about this or something. Maybe.
But yeah, I mean, that's when we talk about the possible futures from moving from now on into the future. One of them being where everything goes back to normal, and not normal, but COVID isn't like the all-consuming tyranny that it is now. And, we just deal with it like any other endemic disease. Or an alternative is that everybody has one of these boxes in their house, and we all, that little box rules our life on a day-to-day basis, right, telling us if we are a danger to society or not.
Yep.
But should be, it's not like coming out next week, but it is making strides. I like to think that we're not going to need this, but who knows?
Hopefully, it all kind of depends on the profit margins for people like Apple and Android.
And the profitable thing about this is even the vaccinated need one, because the vaccine doesn't protect you from spreading the disease.
Right.
One more here, just to kind of zoom through. This is coming from HuffingtonPost.co.uk. A little update on what's going on in the UK. Of course, we know last Thursday, their mandatory mask vaccination pass, basically the government stopped regulating.
They got tired.
Everybody's life, right? Lifted a lot of those things. Since then, Denmark, Ireland, a few other countries have done the same thing. The wave is beginning. And for our American listeners, I think this is important as well because these are the peers of our presidential administration. So this is the context by which our government is making its decisions. So if our government is making decisions for more tyranny as the rest of the world is moving in the opposite direction, that says a lot about, just how much this is about science versus something else. Compulsory vaccinations for NHS workers under review amid fears of staff shortages. Mandatory vaccinations for NHS staff in England might soon be dropped because Omicron is less severe than previous COVID variants, according to a minister. The government made it mandatory for frontline NHS workers to be fully vaccinated by 1st of April back in the autumn, meaning workers would have to get their first jab by this Thursday, the 3rd of February. If they chose not to get vaccinated, they would be redeployed or dismissed from the NHS. So NHS being the National Health Service, their sort of socialized health program over there in the UK. They are putting their nurses and health workers in a very similar situation as here in the U.S. and around the world. Approximately 77,000 workers, 5% of the NHS workforce in the health service, are currently unvaccinated. There are already close to 100,000 vacancies in the NHS, and it is under immense pressure from the COVID backlog. Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Simon Clark, explained on Monday that the mandate could now be reversed. Speaking to Sky News, he said, quote, "We have been trying to strike throughout this pandemic the right balance between having the maximum impact in terms of measures that support public safety in the face of the virus, but also have the minimum impact in terms of our freedoms as society." He said the Delta variant was extremely dangerous and took a huge toll on our society, meaning it was important to protect anyone going to the hospital. Clark said that while Omicron is highly transmissible and dominant in the UK, the fundamental facts have changed because this variant is not as dangerous as Delta. Any decision taken today will reflect those policy changes, Clark explained. However, he did clarify that this decision lies with the health secretary, adding, "The point is, we need to wait until he and such colleagues have had the time to look at it." So, and then it goes on and on and on. But long story short, they are very seriously considering lifting vaccine mandates, not just on the rest of their population, but on their nurses and doctors and healthcare workers, which is a huge step because most countries that are lifting regulations or did not put mandates on the general public definitely had them on nurses. And here in America, hundreds of thousands of nurses lost their jobs or had to switch careers because of the vaccine mandate currently held on our healthcare workers.
It's very interesting how they really did test the healthcare industry, I guess you can call it, or just the healthcare workers in general, but the people involved. Really, if you're going to do from like a social engineering standpoint, if you're going to see how compliant a certain population is or a certain group is, medicine is kind of the perfect place to do it because there are so many like, oh, you don't want to get sick. You're working around sick people. There's all these rules and stuff like that. But it's interesting how...
And if anybody was going to be bought into the narrative, they would.
Right. But it's interesting how it's been divisive, but also just like at a very practical level, these hospitals are like, we need people to work. Like there are people that are sick. There's a certain level of people that are sick. We need more workers. And so interesting how the legislation changes, or they are almost forced to kind of accept or acknowledge certain things to reverse course on some of the mandate stuff. But
yeah, and it's really thanks to the healthcare workers over there that stood their ground and lost their jobs and held out and didn't give in to the coercion. I mean, think of the masses of healthcare workers that gave into the coercion just because they wanted to keep their jobs or just didn't want to make a fuss.
Yeah.
But it's the ones who didn't do that that are causing the change of policy.
It feels like with all this turning around of the policy and everything else, and COVID sort of becoming not a thing anymore, not the number one issue, it does feel like the end of one of those movies with the to be continued, where the bad guy doesn't die. They just retreat. They're like, we'll be back. It
ends with a shot of the bad guy laying there dead, but then he opens one eye.
Or I was thinking more like getting pulled away or something into a portal dimension prison.
Sure, yeah.
And they're like, I'll come back to get you, googly-eyed man, or whatever. Promising revenge, basically.
Sure. Yeah.
But that's what it feels like with all this COVID stuff. It's like, okay, yeah, all right, we won, not we won, quote unquote. Sort of the people are letting their voice be heard, and especially in the West here. But number one, how sustainable is it? It took quite a bit of government, locking down and everything else for the people to push back. And it's interesting because it took time, right? At the beginning, people were like, all right, I guess we're on board. A lot of people were anyway, a majority were. But it's interesting how that changed. And it's
the weird identification of the enemy has changed.
Right.
The enemy is no longer COVID. The enemy is the government.
But that's
the tyranny.
That to me also is part of the social engineering process, the psychological social engineering, where you're sort of forcing people to come together in a certain way. It's kind of like with the United States, how we all felt very patriotic after 9/11 happened. We're all one country, we stand together, all that kind of stuff. And certainly, I felt that too, but when you step back and look at kind of the engineering of that, it's like, oh, of course, we're going to go to war. Of course we need to unite the country.
Right.
They're going to perpetuate this. So I'm always kind of looking at the other side of, okay, how does this benefit, even if it's a small victory in the process? So you got anything else on this?
Oh, just one last note in this article. Said the Royal College of Midwives warned that the policy might have a catastrophic impact on maternity services, and the Royal College of GPs and Royal College of Nursing also wanted it to be pushed back. Just noted the College of Midwives. We've been kind of tracking the prevalence of midwives and doulas popping up in the media in random stories that aren't even about that.
Yeah.
So a little bit, I don't know. It's just there.
It's
nothing to say
there
about it, but it's just the trend continues.
It's another data point, another tack on the cork board.
Right.
Elon Musk was tweeting memes, which is not the news. No. Elon Musk tweeting memes is not news, but what he did tweet is a little bit more newsworthy, I suppose. Elon Musk tweeted out the meme, and this is kind of an older meme, but I think it makes sense here. It's let me just read it. It's got text at the top, and it says, trying to follow the science of the protected needing protection from the unprotected by forcing the unprotected to use the protection that doesn't protect the protected. And if you can follow the logic,
whoa, bro.
Yeah, and it's got the meme, the sequence of photos of I don't know what movie is this from or show?
I don't know, but it's the blonde woman, and she's kind of staring off.
She's doing brain math.
Yeah. Yes, and then the mathematical equations are
the equations. Yeah, it's just computing the thought. But yeah, if you really break it down, it's true that the people who are freaking out about the unvaccinated that are basically telling them to do the thing that's not protecting the vaccinated people. So it really does make no sense. But anyway, Elon tweeted this in response to the Wall Street Journal publishing an article titled, Omicron pushes health authorities toward learning to live with COVID-19. Nations abandon restrictive steps to contain the virus, even as cases of the relatively mild variant surge. And this is kind of a longer article. I did have some stuff highlighted here. And this is something that I'll read a couple paragraphs at the beginning and then I'll read the highlights here. Because some of the stuff they say is like, coming from us, who have been looking at this stuff pretty detailed since it began. It's just absurd. The Omicron variant spreads so quickly and generally causes such a mild form of illness among vaccinated populations that countries are tolerating greater COVID-19 outbreaks, willingly letting infections balloon to levels that not long ago would have been treated as public health crisis. So it's interesting. They're like, yeah, it doesn't kill as many people, but the reason why the government's not doing the lockdown is because we're just allowing the outbreak to happen, all this kind of stuff. From different starting points, authorities in North America, Europe, and the Asia Pacific are moving in the same direction, offering a glimpse into the future in which COVID-19 becomes accepted as a fact of everyday life, like seasonal flu. And they've been comparing it to the flu for weeks now, since the ship is turning around. It's like, kind of like the flu. Rapidly rising case counts are no longer the bellwether they once were, undermining the conclusion that more cases call for more restrictions. Probably because more people aren't dying.
Right.
Quote, "We've understood we're not going to be able to eliminate the virus," said Monica Gandhi, an infectious disease specialist at the University of California, San Francisco. Now, Basil, I am not a science man. Like I was okay at science in high school. I got B's or whatever. But you can't eliminate a virus, can you? Completely out of a population? Entirely?
Well, they claim to have done it with polio
Okay.
And stuff
that's
like
the only
that.
one that one and maybe like smallpox or something.
Smallpox. Yeah.
Okay. But that's more controlled. Okay, so is that what they're talking about when they say eliminate the virus on like historical grounds? Because to my understanding, you can't really get rid of it. Like it's always going to be out there. Remember the guy last episode who was like, you could, maybe it was Fauci talking about it. Oh, you can be in one country, and if there's COVID in another country, another variant, then we're not safe. That kind of mentality.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know. It just stuck out to me as kind of absurd to even consider that as a possible thing. And the only way to get there is through government overreach.
And it's in the context of the vaccination. They always talked about it in the context of polio. I mean, even Fauci would bring it up himself.
Yeah.
He would say, "We eradicated polio. We can do this one. Remember polio?"
Yeah, but
I always bring up polio. And the point being is that the vaccine doesn't even do that. It's not a sterilizing vaccine. It's just...
Well, that's what I was going to say, is that polio, you get the polio vaccine, you don't get polio. You get the COVID vaccine, you still get COVID. So,
right.
I mean, what are we comparing here?
So when they say that, we can't eradicate it, what they mean is not that COVID is like indestructible, but just that they don't know how to eradicate. Like, we don't have anything. The vaccine doesn't eradicate it. Nothing eradicates it. So they're just kind of like, oh, yeah, well, we tried our best. It's not going to work.
Yeah, and I don't know. It just, to me, it screams, the only way we can really, truly make a huge difference is through, not just through technology of a vaccine or something like that, but we need the help of the government to assist in the... truly the social engineering, the behavior of the masses to, change it up or whatever.
Right.
So anyway, here's another one here. This is just a 33 thing. In a survey of 600 nurses, 33% say they were asked to work despite having asymptomatic COVID-19, and 37% said they were asked to come into work despite being exposed to COVID-19 by a close contact. About 90% of nurses surveyed were vaccinated. So, it's just funny how, you get 90% vaccinated, but still, it doesn't even matter. Like that doesn't even matter. Like if people are getting sick, people are testing positive or whatever, but even still, they're like, well, we need people to work. So, we covered that story from a couple episodes ago. Yeah. But, it's just this idea that you have this article. It's kind of leaning towards this push for government restrictions. It's putting government mandates in sort of a positive light in a way, or trying to anyway. And Elon Musk responds, which again, this is part of the reason why my sort of vigilant, watchful eye kind of, I don't know. I'm looking at this thing and I see Elon leading the charge with this counter movement. And it's kind of weird. I got to be honest. I didn't expect anything different from Elon. Truly, I mean, the guy's been sort of against the grain for a while, and pushing back on
it's
the
part
big
of his
stuff.
brand.
It's part of his brand for sure. But it just seems like it's being more solidified as time goes on. It's like a Joe Rogan, Elon Musk crew of people who are sort of part of this revolution.
The tide is shifting. It's not as dangerous to say these types of things
than
it was not even a year ago, like a half a year ago.
Yeah, that's true.
A half a year ago, Elon would get, it would have been a news story that he tweeted this meme. It would have been, there would have been doctors writing letters to get Elon canceled or whatever for tweeting a meme that was vaccine inquisitive. But because the tides are shifting, the scales are, the balance is shifting in the other way, and just they're losing their control. The control mechanism is softening, partly thanks to Elon in a way, as a mainstream public figure, the things he says people actually see, whether you like him or not. Some people think whatever he says is fake. And so they just think opposite of whatever Elon says. But all in all, the tide is shifting. Speaking of which,
yeah,
you got some news on the Joe Rogan thing, the Spotify thing.
I do?
Yeah.
I thought you brought this story.
You brought this first one. I brought the second one. I can bring the first one.
Did I put this in here?
It was already in there. And I'm getting a paywall on LA Times here.
I got it. Spotify finally explains its COVID-19 misinfo policy, but hints Joe Rogan is safe. It's the LA Times.
You know what? Mine actually does include the same information.
Okay.
So I'll do mine here.
All right.
This is coming from people.com. It says, Joe Rogan thanks his haters as he pledges to balance out controversial views amid misinformation backlash. So they are loving this. They are loving
this is great PR for Joe Rogan and Spotify. This is great.
Oh,
in the news every day.
But this is also as much of a win that the anti-Joe Rogan people could possibly get. Him changing. So let's go into it. Joe Rogan is speaking out following backlash to its claims about COVID-19 pandemic shared on his Spotify podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience. The host, 54, posted a nearly 10-minute video to his Instagram account on Sunday to address the ongoing criticism surrounding his content after multiple artists removed their music from the platform in protest. So it wasn't just Neil Young.
No, there's a few others came after.
A couple other ones that did the same thing, which is funny. Oops, that got me out of the article I was reading. Now, because of this controversy, Neil Young has removed his music from the platform of Spotify, and Joni Mitchell, and apparently some other people want to as well, he said. Quote, I'm very sorry that they feel that way. I most certainly don't want that. I'm a Neil Young fan. I've always been a Neil Young fan. Rogan, who said he agrees with Spotify's recent decision to include disclaimers on podcast episodes discussing COVID-19, promised to make more of an effort to balance out the controversial opinions on his show. Quote, my pledge to you is that I will do my best to try to balance out these more controversial viewpoints with other people's perspectives so that we can maybe find a better point of view, he said. I don't want to just show the contrary opinion to what the narrative is. I want to show all kinds of opinions so that we can all figure out, what's going on. While Rogan pointed out that he has had medical professionals like Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Dr. Michael Osterholm, and Dr. Peter Hotez on his show as guests, he also admitted that he never expected to have millions of fans. Quote, it's strange. It's a strange responsibility to have this many viewers and listeners, he said. It's very strange, and it's nothing that I prepared for, and it's nothing that I ever anticipated. Then it gets into some interesting stuff that I don't know is totally true. Quote, I do all the scheduling myself, and I don't always get it right, he added. Quote, these podcasts are very strange because they're just conversations, and oftentimes I have no idea what I'm going to talk about until I sit down to talk with people. And that's why some of my ideas are not that prepared or fleshed out, because I'm literally having them in real time. But I do my best. I have a hard time believing he does all of his own scheduling. I think he explicitly has a scheduling guy.
He does.
Yeah.
I thought that was public.
I thought it was public too.
Maybe he means like he gets to pick like somebody pulls the people like, oh, we got these people that are saying they can come on or whatever, and then Joe gets to pick, and then so he's in his mind is the master of ceremonies.
Yeah, maybe. Misinformation, Joe Rogan.
Disinfo. This is our little bone to pick. This is the hill you're going to die on.
We don't have a scheduler. You have a scheduler. Just a couple other little fun parts of the article. There's not much more to it, but he does say thank you to all the supporters and even thank you to the haters, because it's good to have some haters. It makes you reassess what you're doing and put things into perspective, and I think that's good too. Many of Rogan's friends and supporters, including Dwayne Johnson,
The Rock,
applauded his response to the controversy in the comments. And then it just gives some background with the Neil Young thing. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle wanted to cancel him too because they just signed a deal with Spotify. It goes on and on. But so here's what Spotify is doing. To combat inaccurate information regarding the coronavirus vaccines, Spotify announced plans on Sunday to add a content advisory to any podcast episode that includes discussion about COVID-19. That's us, Gonz. We're going to have a cool advisory on Spotify.
Yay. So what? They're taking a slice out of YouTube's playbook there and just
almost. I have kind of some thoughts on it. I'll give it to you in a second. But here's a quote. This advisory will direct listeners to our dedicated COVID-19 hub, a resource that provides easy access to data-driven facts, up-to-date information as shared by scientists, physicians, academics, and public health authorities around the world, as well as links to trusted sources. Spotify CEO Daniel Ek said in a news release. I am very interested to go to this Spotify COVID-19 hub because Spotify, Swedish company, we know the Swedes took a much different approach to the whole pandemic. And they've, part of the fun of Spotify is they just don't care. Like, they don't care about getting canceled necessarily because of Joe Rogan. I mean, there is no canceling Spotify. But they don't bend to the will of the woke masses. They don't do any of these things. So what they're doing is they're not putting fact checks. They're not putting, I don't know. We'll see what it actually looks like when it comes out. But what it sounds like is he's like, wow, okay, this Neil Young thing really blew up. Oh, man. Well, we don't want to pull Joe Rogan. We don't want to, monitor anybody's speech. We don't want to do anything like that. So we'll just put a little link on any podcast that talks about COVID. That'll take you to the COVID-19 hub that just has a bunch of resources. So it's an easy way for them to kind of just like do something that's kind of not really anything, It's putting a little advisory.
It's to get the woke progs off their back. Like, we did something.
You can stay in good with the establishment by putting a little note that links to. I'm actually at the COVID-19 guide on Spotify right now. You can click on that hyperlink.
Yeah, careful. And really, you might get kidnapped again.
Yeah, it's possible. It's just like a playlist of podcasts, like
NPR,
science podcasts. Yeah. There's like a COVID-19 on the front lines, Reach MD podcast, Science Versus podcast, Pulse Check podcast, Public Health on Call, things like that. It's really just a literal resource hub of, establishment narrative pulling resources. So if you are listening to Joe Rogan, hearing Robert Malone, you could technically click on the COVID-19 hub and start listening to ABC News radio specials, or
this
The
is
Economist.
Just a way, I don't know. This sounds all kind of ridiculous to me.
Yeah, it's doing nothing. I mean, it's not what the woke want, but it's doing something. And this got so much news that they couldn't do nothing. They would be, perceived as some sort of, terrorist organization. But hey, if you're looking for pro-narrative COVID information, click on this link. We got it all. We got everything you want, which I think is kind of a cheeky way to do it,
Yeah.
Well, as if somebody listening to Joe Rogan, hearing Robert Malone, is going to be like, I better go see what NPR says about this. Let me click into the COVID-19 resource hub.
Well, that's kind of, it feels to me like more so than the concern of the actual information, the scientific information or whatever. It's more about numbers. It's more of a numbers game. Like mainstream got into the podcast world. They're getting their butts kicked by Joe Rogan.
Nobody listens
to their doctor scientist podcast on whatever Today Show now or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And so the only way to get that is, hey, Spotify, come on, man. We got to get the true narrative out there.
Well, exactly, because that's exactly right. It is an economics thing.
It is.
They want
100%.
the support for the mainstream narrative podcasts, and nobody's listening to them.
Nobody's listening, so the only way to do it is to start a controversy with Joe Rogan, the biggest podcast there is.
Why would you seek out more sources of the same bull hockey narrative on Spotify? You don't go to listen to podcasts to hear what you just got told by Fauci again.
Yeah. Well, one could argue that if you are seeking confirmation bias to confirm a particular narrative that, let's say, Fauci did, tell you something about the pandemic, and you're like, you know what, I'm going to do my research, and you're new to the whole thing, and you go to NPR, you go to CNN, and you're like, I guess Fauci's right. CNN, that's interesting though, because that's kind of how it used to be with like verifying information. Before all this, before Trump and COVID, all that stuff, maybe, I don't know, 8 to 10 years ago, maybe more, it was all about, all right, what other sources are saying the same thing? What, you know what I mean? There was more of that going on, but now it's just, whoa, the conflicting reports coming out of everywhere, and it's hard to know. It's hard to say that the mainstream is probably lying. It's easy to point that out. A little bit harder to point out which alt news or platforms are.
You got to take more responsibility for the information.
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's so dispersed now, which in one way is good, but in another way it requires more vigilance for you as the consumer of news,
which I think is good. I mean, it's forcing media literacy on people. It used to be, you just watch the news, whatever it says is true, and now that's not true. But then the other side of that coin is, I watch alternative news. Everything they say is true. No, wait. So it's good though. It's pushing the need for media literacy on the population as a whole. And this is very smart again by Spotify, because all of the podcasts, all the hub, their resource hub, just links to other Spotify hosted podcasts. It's all native content. They're getting paid for all of it. It's a brilliant profit move for Spotify.
I would imagine, maybe not. I was going to say, maybe this whole thing was even sparked by Spotify themselves as a way to gain more advertising dollars for the mainstream people that are egging Spotify to, I don't know, feature their podcast or something.
I mean, the more listens they get on their platform, the more money they make. It's a win-win for Spotify.
Yeah.
I was originally sort of like disappointed in Joe for doing this. Because like, come on, man.
Yeah, well.
You don't need to do that. Just whatever.
I don't expect much from Joe Rogan.
I don't either. I mean, I don't. But in the past, he kind of just like keeps doing his thing. Mm-hmm. So for him to actually like make a statement and apologize, and him saying he's like trying
being
his
very
best,
political.
He's playing he's doing this for business is what he's doing.
Yeah.
I think it's funny because again, the people who really hate Joe Rogan are the people who've never actually listened to Joe Rogan. Because
they hear clips or something. They see clips on Twitter or something.
They just get it from the news. Yeah. All they know about Joe Rogan is what the news tells them, because he has pro-narrative people on all the time. Like it was mentioned in this article, he had Peter Hotez, Osterholm, Sanjay Gupta. All of these guys are mainstream narrative pushers. Mm-hmm. And he, had an Australian guy on who, fought for the government actions in Australia. Like he does it all the time. It's actually pretty annoying because it's like, I don't want to listen to this narrative. This is annoying. So for him to implicate himself in not presenting a balanced narrative, he's just bending the knee just for whatever reason.
He did receive a $100 million contract. You're obligated to certain things, even though he says or claims that he's not.
Oh, what do you think he's obligated? You think he's obligated to do PR for Spotify?
I think he knows that he's kind of put in the position to that if he does something, he can affect the business of a lot of people that he's around, probably people he knows.
He's
in the industry.
Responsible for the well-being of not just his own.
He doesn't want to just completely destroy mainstream news outlets because he's got a lot of ties in that world too.
Yeah,
he comes from that world.
I mean, he's hooked in. He's not just some Lone Ranger.
Yeah.
All right, let's stop talking about Joe. Let's move on.
From Joe to Justin, real quick here before we go to the break, because this is going to set us up for our big trucker segment. This is New York Times, I believe. Yep, New York Times. Big news today. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada tests positive for coronavirus.
Whoa. What convenient timing.
We should, we've seen some Justin Trudeau dance moves, Mm-hmm. Someone should put Justin Trudeau dancing to the COVID jingle.
Yeah. Preferably in blackface.
COVID-19, 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 coronavirus.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada has tested positive for the coronavirus after an exposure last week. He said on Twitter that he was not feeling ill. Asymptomatic case, apparently.
An exposure?
Yeah. No, but he said he tested positive.
Oh.
After the exposure.
I see.
He said later in an online news conference that 2 of his 3 children had also tested positive. Mr. Trudeau had been isolating since last Thursday when he learned that he had been exposed. Oh, convenient timing, by the way, with all the trucker protests going on. He revealed his own positive test result in a statement posted on social media on Monday morning and added he would, quote, continue to work remotely this week while following public health guidelines.
That's convenient.
Very convenient.
Yeah, he doesn't have to go, talk with any truckers or meet with any representatives or, do anything of importance.
Several Canadian news outlets reported that Mr. Trudeau and his family were relocated out of their official residence in Ottawa.
We got to get him out of here.
Get him out of Ottawa now. How do we do it? Give him COVID. Give him
exactly
COVID. This is when we got to pull out the COVID card on Trudeau.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes me wonder what the Trump COVID was. Remember he got COVID and that whole deal right towards the end of his presidency. But anyway, the police force declined to comment on those reports, citing security concerns. That was in response to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who were talking about the thousands of protesters converging on the city. They don't tell you why. Oh, no, they do here. Loosely organized trucker convoys traveled across the country. So loosely organized that they've practically raised $10 million on GoFundMe. Loosely organized. Wow. This is like the most, okay, if you're going to characterize it as loosely organized.
Yeah, it's minimizing it. They're minimizing it as much as possible.
But also, if you know the reality of the situation, it suggests that it is very organic. If it's this loosely organized, and you have this many people converging on Ottawa, the people really must feel a certain way.
Oh, it's grassroots. Yeah, it's authentic. Yeah. Authentico.
So, yes, loosely organized trucker convoys traveled across the country to Ottawa to protest vaccine mandates, attracting supporters and millions of dollars in donations along the way. They gathered in front of Canada's Parliament building on Saturday, clogging downtown streets with cars and pickup trucks outnumbering the heavy trucks that initially made up the convoys. Some protesters carried Canadian flags held upside down, traditionally a signal of dire distress or danger. At least one flag had swastikas drawn on it.
Oh, please. Show me a picture.
I want to see the picture, too.
Show me a picture.
It's probably some New York Times reporter that's there, like boots on the ground. Like, we gotta do a little bit more white supremacy.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly right. I mean, that's exactly what we saw with January 6th. You saw, the guy with the Confederate flag that still had the fold marks in it that had been unpacked.
Oh, we'll get to some more.
The FBI, yes, we've got. We have a whole trucker segment, folks. Don't worry.
Quote: "Hate can never be the answer," Mr. Trudeau said in the virtual news conference. Over the past few days, Canadians were shocked. Yeah, hate.
Protesting the mandates is hate.
It's hate. Shocked and frankly disgusted by the behavior displayed by some people protesting in our nation's capital. Wow, they really are trying to turn this into the Canadian
really
January 6th.
Man.
Some protesters were still in the area on Monday, and the Ottawa police said they expected major traffic, noise, and safety issues. Mr. Trudeau, who is fully vaccinated and received a booster dose at the beginning of January, planned to participate in his scheduled events remotely on Monday, including a question period in the House of Commons. It is not the first time Mr. Trudeau has had to conduct his duties from
and
home.
Boosted. Still sick. Recently boosted too. Not even an old useless booster.
Yeah. And then at the end of the article here, which misses the point completely, New York Times, of course, close to 78% of Canadians are fully vaccinated, according to federal public health data, and 88% of people who are 5 and older have received at least one dose of vaccine. It's not about the number of people who have gotten vaccinated. It's about the mandates.
They always put this in here to try to make it sound like, just like what Trudeau called it, fringe minorities.
Yeah.
22% of the people. And it's not even about being, you're right. It's not about being unvaccinated or vaccinated. A bunch of the protesters are vaccinated.
Yeah.
They just don't like the mandates.
Yeah. Like, it's so clear
New
to
York
anybody
Times
paying
just
attention.
Gets worse and worse and worse.
It's so obvious to anybody paying attention that it's quite honestly pretty disgusting for New York Times to continue to peddle. But that's what they are. That's what they're kind of.
That's their job.
That's why they exist. So they're doing their job, so to speak. And there's something I was thinking about. It got my mind stirring. I had after church over the weekend, pastor talking about love and Jesus and kind of your typical kind of stuff. But I was thinking about this, and it was on my mind today, and I was like, do you think that because a lot of times we villainize people when we talk about the Faucis, the Trudeaus, and part of it is when we do this show, we're talking about what they're doing in the realm of politics and the realm of policy. But, it's so easy to forget that they're actual human beings. And a lot of times the unpopular thing to say is that, hey, God actually might love Justin Trudeau too. He may not love what he's doing, obviously, but got to remember that part, that side of things. And I almost feel bad for him. I kind of feel bad for him that he's such a puppet, and it's not even his fault necessarily. He was born into, some suggest he might have been born into something like that. So while I am in total agreement with all the people who are pushing back against Trudeau and his measures in Canada, it's still to me kind of like, we can't forget that he's like a human being. I want to try to remind people that more often because, it's kind of the core of the gospel there, and it's easy to just rail on people. But at the same time, Trudeau, what are you doing? What are you doing? It's sad that you got to pull out the I got COVID card. It really does make you look like a weak dictator, like running away, like Lord Farquaad retreating on his horse.
Well, it's a very it's an excellent coward's out there.
It is.
He's afraid. His entire city has been invaded by hateful truckers. Fringe minorities.
Come on, Justin.
And he doesn't want to be there. He doesn't feel safe. It's not a safe space. So he, whether he has COVID or not, it's a very convenient reason for him to get out of town.
He's soft, like dough. He's being just rolled over like dough. Just really getting all those bubbles out. Pushing down that dough for bread.
Okay, yeah, we get it. That's great. And we got more. We got more on the whole trucker situation as a whole after the first break here, Gonz. But we better thank some people.
We will do that. But before we get into all that, I do want to remind everybody to go to CanaryCry.Party. Party time. Find the live stream, email list, street team posters, connect with the Canary Cry community, become a supply drop producer, learn all the different ways to produce. And our list of links grows exponentially. We got all kinds of stuff now.
The web of resources available at CanaryCry.Party continues to explode. And the newest link you can find there is a nice, quick, and easy link to CanaryCryNewsTalk.com/roundtable, where you can learn everything you need to know about the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames. And if you are a knight or a dame, your name should be on the list over there so people can know who to thank for keeping the show going. If you're over there and you've been knighted or damed, let me know if you don't see your name on there, because we can rectify that. I tried to update the list as best I could. So go check it out. So learn the names of your knights and dames, folks. It's a good time. And with that, let's thank some people.
Let's do it, which means what? We're on a break?
We're on a break.
It's break time! Come on, take a break.
Okay, folks, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. Like we said, after this break, we got a whole lot to talk about when it comes to the trucker convoy, what's happening now, what's happened in the past, and what's going to happen next. So stick around, especially you Canary Cry truckers out there. But like I said, we're going to thank some producers. And you may have noticed, dear listener, whether you're new or returning, that we have no advertisements, no affiliate codes, no pay walls or premium memberships or any of those sorts of things. Nope. That's because we are completely devoid of all corporate interests, because, as we know, corporate money is just another name for corporate interests. And why would you want your independent media to be under the thumb of corporate interests, taking money from the very enemy of the people? It's just doesn't sound right, does it? doesn't make any sense. You may not notice it when you're listening to some quote-unquote independent media source, and suddenly an advertisement comes on trying to convince you that if you just spend a little bit more money, you'll find happiness and fulfillment and completeness in this life. You can finally reach it if you just sign up for this underwear subscription, or get a new mattress, or get some, I don't know, some brain supplements or something, because you're broken. And with a little bit of money, you can be fixed. Nope, it's just wrong is the thing. It's wrong, and it's pretty much all, well, you know, what do they call it? Lies. That's what it is. It's lies. And on top of that, your independent media producers are lying on behalf of corporations who do their best to primarily raise their own profits at the expense of the well-being of people on this earth, but also have no problem lying and paying people to lie. So that's why we don't do it. No advertisements, no affiliate codes, no corporate money whatsoever. We are entirely produced by our producers. And who are these dear producers? Well, they're listeners just like you. They're listeners who, some of them have been listening since, maybe 2012 when we first started podcasting. Some of them may be new to the show. Maybe they're just listening for the last month or couple weeks, and they're finding so much value in what we got going on that they realize that it's worth keeping it going. Because the value for value model is the name of the game. We create value, we do it 3 times a week, and we try our very hardest. And those listeners who recognize that not only media literacy is important, but taking responsibility for the ongoing existence of media that they gain value from is an important responsibility in life. And so if you haven't become a producer before, it's easy. You can do it at any moment. All it takes is recognizing that you want the show to keep going, that you would lose value if the show stopped, and decide to really take responsibility as a sovereign human being on this earth, not allowing the advertising industry or the corporate interests to dictate what has value and what doesn't. And then you just head on over to one of our cool places like patreon.com/CCNT, or even better, CanaryCryRadio.com/support. CanaryCryRadio.com/support. And, you know, there were some more comments about people not enjoying the, complaining, really. That's what it is. They're complaining about the breaks and how the breaks are too long, or the breaks, blah, blah, blah. There's too many of them. And look, I get it. I sympathize with you, mainly because usually, actually, I can pretty much say 100% of the time, nah, I won't do that. 99.9% of the time, people that are complaining about the breaks are not producers of the show. They are people who listen to the show. They enjoy the content. They think it's really important. They get value, but they're not interested in keeping it going or participating in that. Pretty much 100% of the time, 99.9% of the time, when somebody complains, they're not a producer. I look up their name, I look at our records, they've never produced the show, which is okay. You don't have to produce the show. But I will tell you this, when you do finally decide to produce the show, you will get so much value out of the breaks. And, it's part of the value for value model. Information that's interrupted by corporate interests like ads or something like that, that's a lot different than information being interrupted by community. And that's what these breaks are. It's you get all the information of the show mixed in with the community and the family that keeps it going, that it would not exist without. And, maybe you just prefer it, that all your important information gets interrupted by corporate interests. And that's just something you'll have to take up with Jesus when you get a chance. So that's why we do the breaks. That's why we have so much fun with it. And we want to make sure to thank our producers, because if it weren't for them, we wouldn't be here. All right, Gonz. Like I said, you can head to CanaryCryRadio.com/support. Support the show with your cryptocurrency. If you're a cool crypto kid, you'll find our public wallets. You can support the show on a monthly basis if you want to commit to keeping the show going and commit to receiving value and giving value at the same time. But if commitment's not your thing, you can make a one-time producership in any amount, Gonz. And I was going to ask you, but today. Well, okay, Gonz, who are we thanking today?
Well, we're thanking a lot of people today, but
yes, we are.
Don't have any executive producers or associate executive producers for today, which is kind of sad, but it's okay.
Unusual and unfortunate, but that's okay. We get it. Happens once in a while. So there we go. We're just going to move on. We're rudderless. We have no executives, Gonz. We're free. What are we supposed to do without the direction and support of our executives? We're just a couple of wild men on the internet.
I know what we can do. We can plan for something special for episode 444.
Oh, that's a great idea. Episode 444 is coming up in just 4 episodes. Whoa. So we're almost there, folks. And if you've been listening for a while, you will remember 111 episodes ago. Well, less than that. 107 episodes ago was episode 333, where we held our very first Canary Cry Roundtable Knights and Dames. I don't know. What did we do? I don't even think we had a name for it, but it was a special 333 drive for the Canary Cry Roundtable. And we threw around the idea of doing this same thing, every 111 episodes. So on 333 or 444, 555, something like that.
Ooh, 666.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what we're going to do with that one.
That'll be the day nobody comes in with
That's right. We just canceled producerships on that.
Cancel on
we just skipped that episode, yeah. So we're going to do it again. Put the feelers out there. It seemed like some people were interested, and no worries if you're not, but it's an excellent opportunity for those who want to support the show and are interested in joining the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames. So we have a couple of updates to this. We will be having the episode 444 Knights and Dames special. That's right, it's a special. What does 444 mean? Is there like a special reference that episode 44 or the number 444 has?
Not off the top of my head, but I can check it out.
555 is like grace, I think. I don't know. Maybe look it up.
There's some law of attraction stuff.
I think there's a biblical thing. Maybe not. I don't know. Whatever it is. We're not into the numerology of it. It's just a fun thing. So, just like the 333.
Oh, here we go. Well, I got to look into this a little bit more.
Yeah, you want to read it more before you just jump right into it? Let me explain some more. Yeah. So just like 333, we're doing the 444, and this is how it will go. For those who produce the episode in the amount of $444 in one chunk, you will automatically be granted a seat at the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, an instant knighthood. And for those who don't know, usually, knighthood or damehood is reserved for those very special producers who produce the show all at once or over time in the amount of $1,000. Some people support for years and work their way up, and it's very exciting. But in this case, coming in with $444, Insta Knighthood or Insta Damehood. We would love to save a seat for you at the round table. But that's not all, Gonz. It gets even more exciting because we already have so many Knights and Dames. We wanted to make this available to them, and we have talked about it for a while, and we're finally pulling the trigger, which is introducing the next level of nobility at the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames. That's right. No longer will you be stuck with the title of knight or dame. The upward mobility in the kingdom of Canary Cry continues to grow. And so we'll be introducing the next level, which is, ooh, this is fun. This is the big reveal, Gonz. Now, we explicitly have stolen the roundtable idea from the No Agenda show with Adam.
I wouldn't say
Curry.
Steal. I don't like the word steal.
That's true. Other people say steal.
Influenced.
We actually asked.
We did ask
and
too.
They told us to take it.
Yeah.
So we were gifted the roundtable system by the No Agenda show. But we're going to throw a little bit more of our flair on here, Gonz. We kind of found that the traditional sort of nobility ranks were a bit Eurocentric, and we're so woke here. We've got our own what do you call it? Multicultural co-host, Gonz, and his Japanese heritage and also family. So the next level, we looked to the Japanese sort of feudal system for the next level of nobility, which will be the Canary Cry Daimyo. Am I saying that right, Gonz?
Daimyo, yes.
Daimyo, yes. The Daimyo was sort of a mid-level nobility in the Japanese feudal system. And so we're going to mix that sucker in there. It's going to be fun. And included with the Daimyo, I believe, well, we will be introducing more details and benefits that will be bestowed upon the Daimyo of the Canary Cry Roundtable. So if you are already a knight or a dame and you want to take advantage of the knighthood or damehood special, coming in for 444 will automatically pop you up to Daimyo. So there you go. It's very exciting. Everybody can have an upgrade if they want.
I'm going to have to do a little bit more research to verify some of this, but allegedly, Jesus' ministry was 444 days until he was crucified. Doesn't sound right, though.
It sounds like I would like to see the scholarly breakdown. I was going to say
that sounds more like a new agey thing than an actual like hardcore stuff. But maybe somebody in the chat knows, or if somebody listening knows, send us some resources there, because we're open to looking at some of this stuff. And I don't have all I haven't really done a deep dive on 444 in the Bible before.
Neither have I. Now let's forget about it. We don't need to get mixed up. We'll see if you have any information, you can send it to us, preferably biblical information.
I think who was in the chat here? I'm sorry, I'm scrolling. Incarnate Unlimited mentioned that people had been praying at 444 since Rob Skiba had mentioned it before. So
interesting.
Maybe there's something there that we can.
Okay. Maybe Rob Skiba has something we can look at. Well, anyways, there you go. That's what's going to be happening on 444. Just wanted to give you guys 4 episodes heads up if you wanted to take advantage of that. And remember, so if you're already on the track to knighthood, you keep plugging away. But if you want to instantly boost it up, the 444 will get you there or get you to the next level. And we'll be talking more about that later with some more fun details about becoming a daimyo.
Supply drop.
Okay, time for the Canary Cry supply drop producers. We want to thank them. These are producers who have committed to supporting the show in the amount of $33.33 or more per month, which enlists them to receive the Canary Cry supply drop 4 times a year. Very exciting. We want to thank them now, Gonz, and we'll be starting with. Wow, I have a lot more time. I could give a rundown.
I did a long one. Maybe I can do the short one next time.
It's all right. No, that's okay. I thought it was going to end. Anyways, yes. So the Canary Cry supply drop is our thank you campaign for 2022, where for those producers who sign up to commit to supporting the show in the amount of $33.33 per month. Get enlisted in the supply drop, where they receive 4 shipments a year filled with all sorts of fun things that we are tinkering and tonkering on over here. Things like, apparel, accessories, of course, things like stickers and buttons, but also some cool little survival packets we're working on. We're also working on a Canary Cry ARG that the supply droppers will get, which we'll talk about more. So for those producers who want some cool physical tokens of value from their favorite podcast, this is a great way to do it. And we are shooting to have 100 signups by March 1st, which is the cutoff date for this quarter. And go to CanaryCry.Supply.com to learn more. All right, and let's thank our new producers, Gonz, which starts with producer Baya Elle.
Thank you, Baya.
Hey, thank you very much, Baya. Coming in with the 3333. Next, we have producer Jason P.
Thank you, Jason P.
Thank you very much, Jason P. Next, we have Brenda O.
Thank you, Brenda O. And I was making sure that it was Brenda. There was a little typo in
I spelt it wrong. Yeah. I spelt it Bredna.
Bredna, yeah.
Bredna, which is a pretty cool nickname. Thank you, Brenda. Came in with the threes and fees. Then I believe this is Sir Dylan, Knight of the Wailing Avians, came in.
All right.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dylan. Actually, signed up for $37.23 a month. Yes. I hope it's Sir Dylan, Knight of the Wailing Avian. The name that came in was Dylan T. And here's one flaw in our roundtable system, Gonz, that we might need to work on, is we don't record the real names of our knights and dames. So if we haven't interacted with them recently,
oh yeah, I know what you mean.
We don't list what their real name is. We just have their knight name,
right?
Which in this case is Sir Dylan, Knight of the Wailing Avian. Right. But we might need to do a back end thing to help us identify.
So yeah, if I'm trying to think of a famous Dylan, can't think of one.
Okay, Dylan Bob.
Dylan Bob.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
We would know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you, Sir Dylan, Knight of the Wailing Avian. Last but not least, we have producer Jessica Elle coming in with the 33s and fees.
Thank you, Jessica Elle.
Mm-hmm. And that concludes all of our new Canary Cry supply droppers. That's 5 that hit the quota. We're on our way, baby, to hitting our goal by the end of the month. Thank you guys so much. And if you're not... that goal of 100 by March 1st is not just an arbitrary goal. Every item that we are creating for the supply drop is designed and created by producers of the show, manufactured in the United States of America, done in small batches. It's a whole thing. We're keeping it nice and tight. Don't want that supply chain to get in the way. And lots of love and care and a ton of time is being put into the supply drop, not by me. I mean, a little bit. I mean, certainly some time by me. But we have multiple producers working pretty much, every week for sure, working on these items. So they're very special. They will be some wonderful treasures. Filled with inside jokes and cool art from your favorite artists and stuff like that. So yes, when we shoot for the 100 signups by March 1st, which is the quarter one cutoff, because once we hit 100, we can start getting things made in bulk, which brings the price down, which means we can make cooler stuff. So it's the value for value model. You receive value, you get value, and you're creating more value for the rest of your supply droppers. It's a cool system, I think, and so that's why we're shooting for it. So if you've considered supporting the show and want to be receiving cool stuff and in a cool club and getting the Canary Cry ARG, an augmented reality experience for supply droppers, go sign up. CanaryCry.Supply.com.
Waiting for supply drop.
Woo! All right, we got some more producers to thank here. We're going to start off with Spears Desert.
There he is. Spears Desert is back. Thank you very much, Spears Desert. Comes in with 4833 and a note. Ooh, yeah. And a note that says, hope your new year is going well, Gonz and Basil. Great news. My wife and I are parents now as of 4 days ago. Woo. Any advice, Gonz, or Basil too, LOL. Oh, do I have advice for you, Spears Desert. Wow, another little canary chick. Little canary. What is a baby canary called? Chicks, right? It's just a
sure.
bird.
Yeah. I don't know.
We should have like a kids zone, a baby zone on the website where it's like, I don't know, fun animations for babies to stare at or something.
Yeah, that's a good question. What are baby canaries called?
I don't know.
But I think they're just called baby canaries.
You can't avoid it anymore. You need to give some advice to our new father.
Well, did they find out that they're pregnant, or did they have the baby?
They had the baby.
They had the baby. Okay, so
Parents,
you've already gone through.
As of 4 days ago.
Okay, all right, perfect.
Fresh human crawling around or wiggling around, I guess.
It's funny because we always get advice. It's not like I've got all this figured out, Mm-hmm. But yeah. The only thing I would say is communication. You and your wife communicate
with the baby.
Communicate, yeah. Well, not just communicate with the baby, but communicate with each other, because it's doing the baby stuff can be rough sometimes with snot and poo and pee and diapers and babies are very interesting. There's a lot of having spent time with scripture and all that kind of stuff. When you have a baby after all that, it's very interesting because you start thinking about the father relationship of God with us and how babies are completely helpless without our help. Mm-hmm. And there's been some sermons on that. I'm sure over the years, many have done so, but all those thoughts come to the surface. They're so helpless, and they cry because they feel helpless or they feel they need something and they can't speak really. Mm-hmm. So that's why they cry. It's not that they're crying to annoy you. But sometimes it feels like that. They start crying. It's like, you're annoying me, baby.
Feels personal.
I'm trying to read my book. Why are you disrupting me? But so that's why communication is probably the best advice I can give. And not that I do this perfectly. It's a challenging thing for everybody, but that's
okay advice. That's pretty good. That's definitely useful.
Yeah.
But he did ask for my advice, so here's my advice, Spears Desert. Right. Here's what you're going to want to do. Your baby, what's the baby's biggest weakness? Tiny muscles, not strong, lack of protein.
Sure.
Yeah, so you're going to want to go ahead and get yourself a bucket of protein powder. Look, I'm not
for
crazy, guys. Yeah, you don't use the big scoop.
What is this? Is this this is
smaller
like
scoop?
This is like Trump's bleach right here.
You're gonna need to get some little 5-pound dumbbells.
Don't ingest bleach.
Don't make fun of him. Don't make fun of the baby or her. They're weak. They can't do anything about it. That's why they need to start pumping iron early. As soon as those little fingers can wrap around a 5-pound dumbbell, you get that baby in the gym. A little bit of some creatine supplements, protein supplements. That baby will be jacked by its first birthday. You don't want a weak baby. Strong babies are the best babies. Lay off the cardio because babies do need some fat on their body. It's actually good for them. Helps with muscle synthesis and gains, baby gains. Basil's baby gains. Okay, there we go. I've got my parenting seminar already. Basil's baby gains. By 1 year, your baby will be jacked, swole, not shredded. Again, stay away from the cardio. Babies really just need to focus on blasting the gains and racking the gains. Just more gains. Gains.
Okay.
Gains. That's, if I could sum it all up. Gains. There you go, Spears Desert.
G's,
and congratulations.
G's look like little upside down sixes. What are you implying there? Gains.
Oh man, I just can't stay away from it, can I?
All right. Thank you, Spears Desert. Appreciate it, and congratulations. And yes, Take turns sleeping.
Yep. And gains.
And gains, yeah.
Baby gains.
Yeah, do push-ups with the baby.
All right, who's next?
All right, Marie C. Is that what I'm going to say? Marie?
Yep, Marie C. Thank you very much. Producer Marie C. came in with 33s and fees. Thank you very much.
Illuminatus!
Mm-hmm.
All right, no note. Next up, we have Sandra K.
That's right. Producer Sandra K. came in for 1152 and has a note here. The 1152. Yeah, interesting number. The note says, pray that my sons Eric and Jacob get saved and come home to me. My sister, too. We all need healing. God bless you, Basil and Gonz, and Canary Cry family. Wish I could do more. Thank you. Much love. Oh. Well, thank you very much, Sandra. And yes,
Sandra.
just doing what you're doing is enough for us. We really appreciate that. And yes, let's call in the producers.
Producers, assemble!
Producers all around the world are perking up and getting their notebooks ready, or just getting in the prayer position as we speak. We're praying for Eric and Jacob, the sons of Sandra Kay, and her sister too, that they can, find Jesus, or Jesus can reveal himself to them, and find some reconciliation, both with the Lord and just with family and everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandra K. We'll be praying for you and your family.
By the way, her 1152 was, what was it? 1089 plus fees. So I don't know if if the code was in 1089 or if it was in the 1152, but either way, thank you very much, Sandra.
The mystery remains.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, we have Morv.
Morv is on a streak.
Wow, that took a while for that thing to fire.
49 episodes in a row, coming in with the 1111 more. Sent a note here. 2 Corinthians 10:3-4. For though we walk in the flesh, we are not waging war according to the flesh. For the weapons of our warfare are not of the flesh, but have divine power to destroy strongholds. Praying for my CCNT family today. Love y'all. Thank you very much, Morph.
Thank you, Morph. Yeah, it's a good point. When you think about the protests, it is a fleshly endeavor. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying that, it's a fleshly endeavor.
It takes all sorts. The spiritual strongholds do need to come down, though, before the physical strongholds follow shortly after.
Maybe Trudeau getting COVID is that. The hedge is coming down around Trudeau.
Or
he's being
feeling
flattened like a dough that's being created for pizza. He's pizza face.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank
you. Thank you very much, Morv. Next up, we have Heather Surus.
Heather Surus is on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
53 episodes in a row. They come in with the 1001.
1001. Amen.
And probably for the first time ever, no note comes in with the Heather Surus producership.
Okay.
Unless you have the Proton mail open, you can see if they left one there. They left a note on the PayPal, but it just said Heather Surus. And I knew that already. Heather Surus.
I don't see it, but, for
they're taking it easy,
I'll give him the Howard Dean scream just because.
Just out of love. Look at that, Heather Surus.
Yeah.
Okay, who's next?
Next up, we have JC.
JC is on a streak.
Come on. Your thesis about the drive is starting to fail me.
There was another thesis.
There is one more, but
there is another thesis. Sometimes problems are systemic, Gonz, not just can't be solved by one piece of legislation. 65 episodes in a row from JC. Thank you very much. Coming in with the 1001.
1001.
1001. Amen.
JC says, happy Monday. The wife and I have been fighting the flu Rona this week and last, hoping to be fully recovered soon. Thanks for all you guys do. Yeah, that Omicron's getting everybody.
Yeah, not me. But also, at least you're fighting the Omicron, not each other.
Yeah, isn't that nice?
Yeah.
Omicron.
Bringing families together.
Bringing family together. The family that catches COVID together stays together.
Yeah.
Thank you, JC.
Thank you, JC. Next up, we have Sir Scott, Knight of Truth.
Sir Scott's on a streak. Duh.
Yeah!
Duh.
Quicker. Oh, yeah!
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Sir Scott, Knight of Truth, coming in with the pocket full of sevens, supporting the show for 102 episodes in a row.
102. Only outdone by Sir Casey, the Shield Knight.
Who's on a streak.
Yeah! Quicker.
What?
Yeah!
Thank you so much.
112 episodes in a row. Ooh. What indeed? Thank you, Sir Casey, the Shield Knight. Yes, coming in with the pocket full of sevens.
Wasn't there I had a phase, Basil, back in the young days. There was Boys to Men, very popular. There was another one of those groups. But I think there was one
98
called
Degrees.
98. Well, no. That's a little bit different. I'm talking. Those are teeny bop, kind of little different. I'm talking like soul R&B.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Okay, get on with it. What are we talking about?
I think there was a group called 112.
Okay.
Chat. Let me know if I'm right or wrong. And it was
that's awesome.
R&B hip hop, not hip hop. It was like a soul R&B group. Okay, it just reminded me. Sir Casey the Shield Knight is
good.
It's a soul R&B singer now.
Okay.
Next up, Palmer B.
Palmer B, you're on a streak and we know it.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule.
Yeah, there was a group called 112. Everywhere.
Yes, we heard you the first time, Gonz.
So I'm right.
Okay. 17 episodes in a row for Palmer B, sevens and fees, and a note that says Willow 2024, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Don't start with Willow. Guys, Gonz has not stopped talking about Willow since last episode. And it's pretty impressive.
It's only because the producers have echoed my sentiments, and I did text you, and you didn't respond.
Please, God, make this stop. No, you're right. You sent me. No, you didn't send me anything. I looked up Willow on IMDb, and yes, I was too young to fully understand what I was looking at, but I remember the characters when I saw pictures of the characters.
Of Willow, right? The actor who
Willow,
played
the
Willow.
little guy.
Yeah, little guy.
Yeah.
It was a Hobbit before Lord of the Rings. It was fantasy before Lord of the Rings.
It was certainly inspired by Lord of the Rings, which is written long before Willow. But yes, it was the late 80s, early 90s Lord of the Rings level fantasy.
But you know
movie.
what's funny is I text Basil. I was like, "Are you familiar with Val Kilmer? What about George Lucas or Steven Spielberg or maybe the director Ron Howard?"
By the way, unprovoked. By the way, connected to nothing that we were ever talking about. He asks me if I have ever heard of these people.
All those people worked on Willow. I mean, that's a pretty eclectic. You know, it's funny. I did go down a rabbit trail of Willow briefly. I'll just mention that they have a deleted scenes segment. If any of you guys are just, you're looking for something to entertain you, look for the deleted scene called Fish Boy in Willow. They dropped the scene because they couldn't get the fish to look right, but it's like it's the creepiest thing up until the fish. It was supposed to be this guy, fish boy in the lake who transforms into this fish that attacks Willow in a boat.
Okay,
entertainment, pure entertainment.
Have we found your robot jocks?
No, I wouldn't say.
Gonz,
Maybe.
you have gotten more excited about the 1988 fantasy film Willow than I have ever seen you get excited about anything in our 10 years of working together.
I just remember being a kid and seeing it on TV and rooting for Willow and seeing Val Kilmer kill it.
I mean, I've definitely seen it now that I saw the pictures, but I must have been very young. I don't remember anything
and they
about
have
it.
there's a two-headed dragon, or maybe it's two separate dragons that are supposed to represent Ebert and those two film critics.
Roger and Ebert.
Roger and Ebert,
Roger, whatever.
Fun stuff.
Ebert
anyway, we should keep
Ebert
thanking people. Yeah.
That concludes our producers who have come in the amount of 777.
Hey, don't blame me. Blame Palmer B. She brought it up.
Oh my
Willow
gosh.
2024.
It continues. 777 or more. Palmer B was talking about the first cat.
Yeah, exactly.
Biden's cat.
Exactly. The sorcery works.
That concludes our financial producers who have come in the amount of $7.77 or more, which entitles them to have a note read on the show. But we have some who came in under that cutoff who we'll thank now, starting with producer Child of God, who's on a 45-episode streak.
Child of God.
Threes and fees. Thank you very much, Child of God. Next up, we've got producer Jimmy R. coming in.
Thank you, Jimmy R.
Next, we got Doctor Who Dundat, who's on a 49-episode streak.
All right. Come on. Jingle.
Threes and fees. Then, of course, we've got the Streak Sisters, starting with Veronica D. with a 78-episode streak. And next, we've got the other Streak sister. That's Gail M. on a 78. Then we got producer Jackie U on a 19-episode streak.
Ooh. Come on.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
Next up, last but not least, we got producer Amanda P. on a 36-episode streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
Yes, they do. Thank you to all of our financial producers of the show. That concludes our financial producers for today's show. Now, remember, there's all sorts of ways to produce the show, not just financially, but also with your time and your treasure, and we'll be thanking you in the next break. So let's thank everybody for their patronage, Gonz.
Shut up and take my money. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage.
Thank you.
And we, of course, don't forget, everybody, if you go to CanaryCry.Party, .party or CanaryCryNewsTalk.com, you can leave us an audio message. If you just head over there on the right-hand side, you'll see a green tab. Oh, there he is. There he is.
The cat?
Okay. You made it.
What?
I noticed. Wait, no, never mind. Sorry. Moving on.
What?
You'll see a green
on?
tab that says leave us an audio message. And you can do that. It's easy. It's super simple. You just do it right on your phone or your tablet or whatever. And you don't need any extra hardware or anything. You just click a button, leave us a message. You can do it for all sorts of reasons. You can, say hi to listeners. You can thank producers. You can leave us your very own boots on the ground report. If there's a story out there that, you want to report on, you can do that. I mean, we're opening this up to a new realm of possibility for Canary Cry producers. You can become a producer by literally reporting. And if it's good, of course, we're not going to just throw any old thing on the show. But if you got a nice, tight report, and it's something that we, want to do on the show, we'll play it on the show. So if we have any citizen reporters out there, budding or veterans, whatever the case may be, I highly recommend that you find a story you care about. I recommend writing something down. So, once you hit the record button, it's easy to kind of forget what you're doing. And leave us a report. We'll play it on the show. You can also, there's all sorts of stuff. You can ask us questions with the audio message. You can do impressions of ex-presidents. You can just go do it. Go do it. It's a fun time. CanaryCry.Newstalk.com, right-hand side, green tab. Click on it. Leave us a message.
We're still live, yeah?
I hope live? So. Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
Because my Streamlabs OBS window disappeared.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, but I think we're still going. So
yeah,
in theory, we're okay. But
it's going. We're good.
I can't find it. It's
okay.
Missing. But okay.
You want to just hang out and find it, or
no,
you want to keep doing the show?
Let's keep moving on.
Okay. We do have a message. We have plenty of messages, but I want to play one now because there was a question that came from a listener named Elle.
Hey, Baz, Gonz, it's Elle. Do you have to pay to be a producer? Because I love the show, but I'm poor. Thanks.
There you go. The question from Elle was, do you have to pay to be a producer? Because she loves the show, but she's poor. I totally understand. There are plenty of people in that boat, and probably including ourselves. But no, as we always say, there's plenty of ways to produce the show, become a producer. Of course, the financial producers are essential for the obvious reasons. But we have producers who, leave us reports that we play on the show, or they send us in art or creative material like audio productions or music or something like that. We also, there's a group of kind of unsung heroes as well with when it comes to producers. We have some producers that help us out with administrative stuff. Of course, there's the time stampers and stuff like that. But producership comes in all forms. And I've put out the call plenty of times, but I'll do it again, which is, if you want to get involved with the show, you want to be a producer of the show, financially is not in the cards for you, or even if it is and you want to do more, just send us an email at CanaryCryRadio@gmail.com and tell us what you're interested in, what your skills are, what your, just tell us some about you. And we find that there's always something to be done. And sometimes there's things to be done that we don't even know about until a producer tells us what they're good at or interested in or something like that. And then we're like, oh, wow, we definitely have something you could help us with. So, plenty of ways to do it. But if you want to get more involved, email us, CanaryCryRadio@gmail.com.
All right. Are we
also,
good?
I love Elle's accent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it for the voice messages?
In this section, yes.
Okay.
We have more coming up.
Yeah. Okay. End of break.
Thank you very much. Let's wake up.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
What are we getting into now? We are going to talk about truckers. Trucking.
Jingles be trucking.
This is Robert Ducky. What's your 1020? Over. Trucking. We got us a convoy. Over.
That's right. We're going to do some updates on the trucker situation. Of course, a big old shout out to all of our Canary Cry truckers. We love our Canary Cry truckers. And I thought maybe we would start out with a report from a listener. This is a report coming from Christy.
Hello, Canarians. This is Christy reporting with Canary Cry News Talk.
Woo!
It seems that the Canadian truckers have sparked a freedom revolution. The American truckers are going to D.C. The freedom revolution started in Canada. Now they're headed to Washington. According to TikTok, the truckers are going to Washington for Freedom Convoy 2022 USA edition. Keep watching and keep looking. Keep supporting freedom. Signing off. Christy with Canary Cry News Talk.
Woo! Thank you very much, Christy. And yes, indeed, Christy's report here led me on a journey looking into there had been mentions about like, oh, wow, this is working. Everybody around the world is like, we should try this here too. Australia started putting something together. And I went on over to thetrucker.com. Yes, I'm getting deep in the culture. Do you have this link for me,
or are you...
It's right there in the document.
Oh, is it?
Yep. Just sitting right there, waving at you, saying,
okay, yes.
Click on me, Gonz. Click on me.
No, you had already been clicked. I just need to find you on my document. But okay, go on.
I love how you responded to the link as if you were speaking to it, because it was speaking to you. That was a good yes and moment, Gonz. All right, this is coming from thetrucker.com. The headline, Movement for Vaccine Mandate Protest Convoy to Washington, D.C., gaining steam on social media. A group of American truckers dubbed Convoy to D.C. 2022 is gaining membership on Facebook, following thousands of truckers who are protesting COVID-19 vaccine mandates north of the border in Canada. The group's Facebook site says it is, quote, part of many large groups who believe in our founding fathers. We believe everyone has a voice. We support our freedom. Help us spread the word about this group, and together we all can make it a better place. God bless America. So far, more than 94,500 people have joined Convoy to D.C., which is a lot of people.
That's a lot of people.
I mean, it wasn't too long ago.
Especially if it happens in a day or two.
It does not happen in a day or two. But let's find out when it does happen.
How long is it?
Like their Canadian brothers and sisters up north, those involved in the budding American protest say they are against current vaccine mandates that require truckers to show proof of vaccination in order to cross the border between the U.S. and Canada and vice versa. Jeremy Johnson, who is listed as an admin on the Facebook page and is also the host of his own popular Facebook page, The Disrespected Trucker. He's a trucker through and through. Announced in a video posted to the Convoy to D.C. page on Sunday that the March to Freedom convoy would roll out on March 1st. He said that further details will be forthcoming. So this one will be happening in a month, Gonzo.
Do you think do you think that everything is still going as is in a month within the U.S.?
You mean when it comes to mandates?
Like mandates, yeah.
I could easily see it lasting a month for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, we're not. This is America. We don't just do something because the UK and Denmark do it, Gonz.
Well, I was going to say that I think that we owe the Australians for this one because they were the first truckers to really make a splash.
No,
and that was weeks ago.
Clear, yes, I give no credit to the Americans in general for fighting back against stuff. We have done the least fighting back against mandates. We also live in a system that does not make it as easy for mandates.
Yeah.
As Australia or these other places do. That's the great thing about the American political system. The president has to trick us into thinking there's a mandate by using OSHA, which turned out to be illegal anyways. So we're in a different situation, which keeps the public docile for the most part. But yeah, of course, Australian truckers months ago we supported them. They are some of the first truckers around the world to really flex their power, and Canadians doing it now, empowered and emboldened, taking it to the next level. And yeah, I'm pretty sure we won't be in too different of a place here in the U.S. by March.
Okay.
Here's a quote. When is this starting and who do I need to contact? Convoy to D.C. member Robert McEwen wrote on the group's Facebook page, I am a owner-operator of a log truck here in Washington State, and I have plenty that would be willing to join. Thanks. Okay. Deborah Bass posted, quote, truckers are convoying all over the world, and we're going to have a convoy to D.C. from California to D.C. and from Canada. They're going to join us. People, no periods in this social post, by the way. It's just it's an interesting choice of quotes, but they're going to join us. People are going to join us from all over the world. God bless America. God bless the truckers. God bless every trucker that's out there fighting for us. The people, that's what the government's supposed to be for, but they're not. So we count on our truckers to fight for us.
Apparently, they don't like giving this man, or is this a direct quote? They
This is
didn't
a
have
direct
periods.
quote from Deborah Bass.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe
So there you
that's
go.
why they quoted it here, because there is no commas or periods or anything.
Okay. Mark Feenstra wrote simply, when and where do we start? Quote, I lost my job as a nurse. Cassie Springer wrote, thankfully, we own a trucking company that I can work for. Let's head to D.C. and stop this CRAP. We got kids listening to this show. But I thought that was interesting. Another nurse gone trucker.
Yeah.
A different nurse gone trucker.
How come the liberals aren't celebrating this? This should be like the left wing, the ultimate.
What, nurses gone trucker?
Yeah.
Why?
Because you're taking down, you're assimilating with the patriarchy. You're doing what a man traditionally has done.
Yes, it's a very empowering.
Yeah.
Yes, a career path for a woman. Yeah, there you go. Come on, liberals, what's the deal? So there you go. Yes, it is official. There is officially a Convoy to DC 2022. The Facebook group has a ton of members.
Here we
I'm
go.
assuming
It's 107. There's a bunch of groups. I'm looking for the group now. There's 107 members.
107.
I'm sorry,
107,000.
Yeah, 107,000 members. Yeah, there's a bunch of DC, same kind of DC group. Although I did see Ben Shapiro post. Is DC going to join the protest? No? That's what he said.
That was really good. Yeah.
DC
so yeah, there we go. American truckers. We got a lot of American truckers that listen to this show. So let us know. Tell us about it. And if you're heading out there, make sure to send us an audio message, some boots on the ground reporting. But we already have truckers who listen to this show, who are sending in reports, and Canadians.
Yes.
A lot of Canadians listen to the show. We're hearing a lot of reports from Canadians. Do you have one of those you want to read us?
Yeah, so let's start with the email here. Let me get the right image going back up here. And we got a note from... Oh boy. Everything's laggy today.
I'm being told here GoFundMe is withholding the Canadian truckers' $10 million.
We kind of said that might happen, right?
Yeah, but there you go. There's the news. That is happening.
There you go. Perfect. We called it. Josiah sent us a note here, and let me find it. Oh boy, I should
have it pulled up, huh?
I should have done the cut and paste. No, I did have it pulled up, but then I think I just inadvertently moved away from it. When I was moving stuff around during the show. Okay, here we go. Got it. This is an email from producer Josiah, and he has, oh gosh, come on, computer. He says, hey, Basil and Gonz, I was so excited to hear you guys dedicate so much time to the Truckers Freedom Convoy happening in Canada. I'm a Canadian trucker, and it was amazing. I was listening to the podcast while driving towards Ottawa myself and had to turn it off to film part of the convoy as I drove past. I wasn't technically part of the protest, but I think God knew my heart and desire to be there, and I was sent a load that took me directly through the city of Ottawa on Friday night when things were just getting started. I normally drive past Parliament to get through the city and into Quebec, but it was already blocked off when I got there at 5:30. I was able to easily find another route, and people were cheering me on and honking. So I got to participate a little bit. I know, it's so cool. Blow my horn and wave back. Haha. The next day coming back, I had to drive towards Ottawa again, and the timing was perfect because I caught a large portion of the convoy. Even though a lot of people were in the city already, there were still people cheering me on for almost 70 kilometers. Whoa. And I got to honk in support of them too. I've never seen anything like it before and was so encouraged. Thank you guys for your support and all that you do. I'll include a link to a video edit I made and uploaded to YouTube. Please forgive the clickbait title and crazy song I used. It was meant to be funny. Haha. I'll also include a short clip of what I saw on Friday when trying to get past Parliament. So he's got the YouTube.
Yeah, I watched it. It's got Sandstorm on it, which we can't play on the show.
We can't?
No, we'll get busted for playing Sandstorm.
Will we?
But yes, it's a copyright violation. Why? What in the world is going on?
I
with
thought
you,
we're
Gonzo?
doing value for value, so we don't have to worry about stuff like that.
It'll take it down. It'll take the video down.
It might.
What? You just really love Sandstorm that much? huh?
No. I'm saying usually when it's stuff like that, we'll get the copyright claim, but they don't necessarily take it down. But it's okay. I believe
whatever.
it.
Play it if you want. I'm just saying. I'm trying to talk about his video here.
Okay.
So his video is pretty cool. He's like he has a dash cam on during his route there, and yeah, you see just overpass after overpass after overpass after group of people cheering, honking stuff. It's all super fun, and the vibes that we're hearing about the situation there in Ottawa is again just so much happiness and joy and fun and freedom. Gonz, I'm telling you, somebody posted a video similar to what Josiah did here, with a song and like collected all these clips, and they had kind of like what we have with our audio messages. They had like a dozen audio messages that Canadians were leaving for the truckers and played them.
Oh, cool.
And I'm not joking you. It brought me to tears. Like I was choking up watching this thing.
Yeah.
It just had such of like just finally people standing up for themselves and coming together and rallying around the truckers and seeing all the people cheering and honking and expressing their gratitude and stuff like that. It was really incredible. So it's really wonderful to see what's going on. And, hopefully, so far, not too many agent provocateurs and nonsense, although we will talk a little bit about that. But thank you very much, Josiah. It sounds like a very cool experience that you had. And it's very cool for us, for you to bring this to us. And on the screen here, you can see some parts of his video. Just tons and tons of trucks, tons of people, tons of flags. It's a good time.
I think part of part of it too, I think, is from what I understand, truckers. So it's kind of a thankless job, and to all of a sudden have millions of people acknowledging you and thanking you, and it must be such a cool feeling. So
yeah,
at the very least, apart from all the COVID stuff, which it is kind of one of those things where you can't hold people down for too long, even though, I have that part of me that's like, well, this could be part of the social engineering that they wanted. They wanted people to come together because they can collect more data on how to, leverage that for the beast system or whatever it may be. And that's probably true to some regard. But in the meantime, in the immediate short term here and right in front of us, this is probably a really cool moment for a lot of truckers, people like Josiah out there. So
it's cool for us too.
Very cool.
By the way, Beast System Revealed corrected me a bit here. When it comes to playing the songs on YouTube, they don't take it down. They just put ads in front of it, which is even worse than them taking it down.
I guess it's worse, but I'm just saying, I don't know. Yeah, it's a thing.
I mean, we could sit here and listen to Sandstorm for a couple minutes if you want. I just don't think that's what we need to do on the podcast.
It's okay. Thank you, Josiah, for the note and for the video and the footage. Truly appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. We also had another note. Is this a note that we are reading from?
I thought so. I thought this was.
Yeah, I got one here.
Okay.
Yeah, this is from MissGBeauty, who is one of our Canadians. Says, hello, Basil and Gonz. Being up in Canada has been an adventure this week. No pressure to read this if you have gotten a lot of reports. I don't live in Ottawa, but I live within an hour's drive. I happened to be up in Ottawa at my brother's church this weekend and got to see how incredible it was. We could not even get close to the Parliament buildings at 6 p.m. yesterday. My dad was able to attend on Saturday, and he got some photos. Not only were truckers there, but also the farmers on tractors. It was an amazing experience. Obviously, the media has attached to only the bad bits of this rally up here, but it stayed very peaceful and full of hope and love and joy. Some other party leaders were out and about chatting with people during the rally, like Aaron O'Toole, leader of the Conservative Party in Canada. Since Trudeau was hiding for his life, a friend of mine could not drive close to downtown, so he skated 6 kilometers both ways to attend the rally because it was easier to skate in than drive. It's been a beautiful movement to see how Canada has come together over freedom and unity. Also, it's been so cold that the fact that people are coming together in negative 22 degrees Celsius,
22,
which is negative 7 Fahrenheit.
Hey, Basil, you want to refresh yourself real quick? You got that green screen washover thing happening?
Sure. Her note continues, this weekend was beautiful. People were breaking into spontaneous songs of "Oh, Canada" throughout the rally. The photos are my dad with the tractors downtown Ottawa, and my dad was trying to take a selfie. Then a bunch of signs that he took photos of. Okay, so she sent us a bunch of photos her dad sent. He got a video as well with the truckers right in front of Parliament Hill, which I'll send in another email. I don't know if you have those photos.
I have I've been showing some of the photos. Got cool. The video here, about 50 seconds of, you can hear.
Yeah. Oh, too loud.
Yeah.
There you go.
And they're kind of, he's kind of scanning through here, live free or die, written on one of the trucks. Mm-hmm. Couple cars here. He zooms in on a sign here, and it says here, list of historic battles. June 18th, 1815, Battle of Waterloo. April 9th through 12th, 1917, Vimy Ridge. June 6th, 1944, D-Day, Juno Beach. January 29th, 2022, Parliament Hill, Ottawa. Mm-hmm. So, interesting. Comparing that this event to some of those other historic things. Trudeau must go on the window, and
Trudeau must go.
Just a little, some literal boots on the ground video here, and then some photos. We got a girl holding a sign. I love how eloquent the sign is. It says, "Just tested positive for sovereignty symptoms, advocating for children socially distancing from the system." It's like.
A lot of thought
in that.
Into one sign there.
I'm saying, a libjo might read that and go, "I don't even know what you're talking about, man.
Right.
It doesn't even make sense."
Yeah.
There's another sign that reads, "Dear evil, God will destroy you."
Yeah.
Which is
I like the next one. There's a guy in a Monopoly Man mask wearing a tuxedo with a top hat. He says, "The parasitic elite have a monopoly on your health."
It's true. Wasn't this the mask?
No.
No.
This is the Monopoly Man.
I know it's the Monopoly Man, but
talking about Guy Fawkes?
No, not Guy Fawkes. Okay. What was the mask that was used in? What was the name of that show? That
Money Heist?
No. It was like a hacker show. It was like a very popular hacker.
Swordfish.
No. No. We'll think of it later. All right. Okay. Anyway, I thought this was very much the face they used.
G-Beauty and Josiah for your reports, and thank you, Miss G-Beauty's dad, for the pictures.
There's a clown, one more picture, a clown holding a sign that says, "Enjoy being run by clowns." And then a big X'd out Vax Pass. So, Mr. Robot, thank you, chat. Yeah, Mr. Robot.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure isn't it the Monopoly Man mask?
I never did watch Mr. Robot.
You didn't watch Mr. Robot?
Oh my gosh, can I please just not watch one piece of media without it turning into a whole thing?
Which is funny because you are way more well watched on shows and stuff.
Yeah, I'm watching Man in the High Castle right now. It's pretty trippy.
Nazis.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that now. We're talking about truckers. Gonz, tell us, what have you learned from the what's going on down there?
All right, so there is a counter protestors who have been discovered. So far, it's been pretty
discovered. Like a new species.
Like a new species. So far, you can tell it's a lot of people, cheering and loving one another and showing support. And
bad words on their signs.
But their sign, I blurred it out. I edited it down. There were some people pushing back at the Ottawa Trucker Freedom 2022. And here's a photo of 4 of them. They're outside. They're all wearing masks. One gal is holding a sign that says "Vaccines save lives," or milk toast. I believe is a gentleman next to her holding a sign that says "Vaccines protect vulnerable populations. Stop being selfish."
Protect them from what?
I don't know.
Not from COVID.
I don't know. Yeah. And actually, this individual here, who I'm holding the sign with the mask on, I was saying that this could be you, Basil, in a different timeline, like some kind of variant.
Which one?
The one holding the vaccines protect vulnerable populations.
Why would that be?
But it's you from like 20 years ago. Yeah. You 20 years ago being a contrarian. Okay. So I'm going to keep going. There's another person standing next to him that's holding a sign that says "F your white nationalist agenda."
There it is.
And then the guy
nationalism, not wanting vaccine mandates.
The guy next to her, him, I can't tell, goes into more detail. The Convoy organizers are white nationalists. The Convoy drew attention to far-right groups. You are privileged, and their supporters, if that doesn't disturb you.
What?
I don't know.
You are privileged and their supporters, if that doesn't disturb. Oh, okay. If you're not disturbed, you support them. Yeah, well, he's not wrong. Do support them. Yeah, this is very interesting. The white nationalist sort of propaganda, woke propaganda, has not, is not excluded from this same type of situation. In fact, Gonz, you'll see a link I popped. Do you have another thing you want to do?
No, that's it.
The link down below. I stuck in there during the show, but it's
the LinkedIn.
No, there's a new one.
Oh, there's
right
a new
below
one.
the never seen so much hate link.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, didn't we just talk about that? That's
no,
Trudeau,
we did
right?
not. This is a new one.
A new one.
I've got a
Trudeau.
thing for you.
Okay.
Yes. Actually, Sir Sigra tweeted this to us during the show. So thank you, Sir Sigra the Beast. This is on Yahoo.com. Actual Yahoo News here.
Oh, okay.
There is a CBC 5-minute clip, but I didn't get to watch it, so I'm just going to read. Trucker convoy protest. Quote, I have never seen such a display of hate, Canadians say, as demonstrators crowd Ottawa for third day. Never before have they seen such a display of hate as truckers.
Wow, they must be
not
sheltered.
I know, right?
Goodness.
I mean, it is Canada.
So
maybe they just don't have that much hate up there. It reads like this. Ottawa still filled with demonstrators and trucks blocking downtown streets as the protest, initially aimed at COVID-19 public health measures, continues for its third day. You can already tell because they said aimed at COVID-19 public health measures. Mm-hmm. They're leaving it vague as to not say mandates because more people would agree with, protesting against mandates versus these are just public health measures. We're trying to save people. On Sunday, Ottawa Police Service confirmed policing costs alone are estimated to be $800,000 a day. Quote, police are aware that many demonstrators have announced their intention to stay in place.
Basil, you might need to refresh a video once again, real quick.
A statement from Ottawa Police reads, quote, this will continue to cause major traffic, noise, and safety issues in the downtown core. We urge all residents to avoid travel to the core. Quote, police have avoided ticketing and towing vehicles so as not to instigate confrontations with demonstrators. Still, confrontations, and the need for de-escalation has regularly been required. A number of schools, businesses in downtown Ottawa, including the city's Rideau Centre Mall, and vaccine clinics have closed. Oh, they shut down the vaccine clinics, which in our case sounds like a win. But I think they're trying to make a point that the truckers are,
they're shutting people down. Yeah, they're shutting everything down. The medical support, which kills people.
Right. And notice how they're just, a mall closed, schools are closing, businesses are closing, and vaccine clinics have closed.
Oh, no.
As if the truckers are marching into schools or whatever, vaccine clinics. No. Here's a tweet from the Ottawa Police. Several criminal investigations are underway in relation to the desecration of the National War Memorial / Terry Fox statue, threatening, illegal, intimidating behavior to police / city workers and other individuals, and damage to a city vehicle. No mention of the truck convoy there. So I have a hard time thinking that truckers are pulling down statues. That's more of a woke person thing to do, but okay. Police also stated Sunday that investigations are underway looking into the desecration of the National War Memorial and the Terry Fox statue. Yeah, I don't think the truckers are desecrating national war memorials. Shepherds of Good Hope. This one was the real weird one. Okay? Ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to skip the actual tweet and read the paragraph behind it. A local homeless shelter, Shepherds of Good Hope, shared that staff and volunteers were harassed and assaulted by demonstrators who were demanding food. Quote, while we are not certain of exact numbers, the demands for meals and verbal altercations continued for several hours over the dinner period. A statement from Shepherds of Good Hope reads, quote, one member of our shelter community, so a homeless person, was assaulted by protesters. A security guard went to his aid and was threatened and called racial slurs. Several Canadians have been taken to social media to condemn the actions of these demonstrators. So here, I believe, are the latchers on, the agents provocateurs, the formerly stated intelligence, what are they called?
Operatives.
Operatives, right. Because, I, again, have a really hard time believing that these truckers drove to Ottawa to assault homeless people and call security guards racial slurs.
Yeah,
isn't it just too perfect?
Yeah.
It's a perfect piece of propaganda that only takes a handful of operators to go cause this kind of trouble to, discredit the whole thing.
Especially that it's being reported, Yahoo News.
Yeah.
It seems suspicious.
Yeah. And what? These protesters are showing up to homeless shelters and demanding food from homeless shelters.
Yeah, that is
it's
very
just
weird.
Too perfect of a awful thing. It's too awful for no reason. You know what I mean?
It's sus is what it is.
Very sussy.
Come on, jingle.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
Yeah.
Nice.
Stuff's not firing on time, but yeah.
Then there's some tweets here. Not an activist, easy to fall for some of the nonsense circulating about how organizers can't control who joins a protest. Let me be clear. I've been attending and organizing protests for 20 years. Not once have I thought Nazis would join my side of the barricade. They never have. So there you go. Just a direct connection to Nazis from a tweet. Then another one.
Another tweet, yeah.
Keep in mind, no mention of Nazis in this entire article. And suddenly they're just throwing some tweets out from people on Twitter about Nazis. This next one, I'm Jewish and I didn't love having to explain to my 10-year-old son why there were swastikas and Confederate flags driving around our neighborhood. That's just me, I guess. Why would Confederate flags
be a Canadian protest?
Be in a Canadian protest?
The South really, it's where the South really wanted to take over, up into Canada.
Yeah, when they say the South will rise again, they mean rise like 1,000 miles north.
They just want to conquer everything to the Arctic.
Jen Peterson on Twitter. I have worked on Parliament Hill for 12 of the last 21 years. Yeah, that's weird. You could have just said 12. Oh, I guess. Anyways, I have seen many protests, even participated in some. I have never seen a swastika there. I have never seen such a display of hate until today. Well, so far, I have not seen a swastika there either. Does somebody have a picture of this swastika?
Somebody in the chat mentioned how the actual swastika was with needles as kind of a point to say, hey,
like a Holocaust thing.
Or making a political statement that, hey, you guys are tyrannical,
so
acting like Nazis.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, calling the government Nazis, not supporting Nazis. They're literally protesting anti-fascism, and people are calling them the fascists.
Well, that makes sense.
America and the U.S. have a lot in common.
Well, I was going to say...
This is the United States of America, for God's sake.
In America, in the last couple of years, what we saw were people that call themselves anti-fascists, Antifa, and do things that fascists do, and then think that they're fighting fascism, right?
Exactly.
So now we have people fighting against fascism for real, and they're getting called fascists.
Exactly.
So it's
and
the same logic.
And I think it's funny... because still no pictures of the swastika.
I'm looking for one too.
And I think what you're saying is exactly why. Because if you actually saw the swastika that was there, it would obviously display that they are calling the government fascists, not supporting Nazis. Some Canadians have questioned when police will take stronger actions. Blah, blah, blah. Then it's a bunch of social justice people. Well, the police, roust homeless people. Why don't they beat up these protesters? Looks like you've noticed that there's a difference in the way Ottawa police handled recent demonstrations versus police violence we've seen on the unhoused, racialized, or Indigenous. What if I told you policing is acting exactly the way it is designed to? Anyway, anyone know who lives downtown feels totally abandoned by all levels of government and the Ottawa police? It is shocking. Actually, we deserve better.
You know what's funny is this article really does show kind of the divide in the world right now, where you have people that are, actively mobilizing in the streets, and this happens both ways. I'm not saying this is just like liberals or woke people tweeting out their concerns when people are actually on the streets, because the opposite happened during the whole MLB, Black Lives Matter thing and all the protests that happened. People thinking that they're mobilizing for a cause, and then a lot of conservatives sitting there on Twitter, tweeting out their thoughts and comments and stuff. But it's just funny how it always happens, to be this concept of you're doing something to affect change by just tweeting out stuff is very interesting. It's a virtue signal thing, which I don't know if it feels like the virtue signal has reached a point where it doesn't have the kind of impact it used to.
Right. I mean, and there's always I was hearing reports that they were calling this Russia,
Russian
influence.
Yeah. When's Putin gonna?
Like, Russia is the thing that made the trucker convoy. Like, it's some sort of foreign psyop or something. I do want to bring attention to this very last tweet, Gonz, and prepare to play this video. It says, "Welcome to Canada's capital, Ottawa. The police are managing this by recommending we stay at home. If we're perplexed because these people get the run of our city and we hide." And there's a video of a delightful Canadian man in a hyper-colored purple and orange one-piece, like 80s ski suit, wearing a, classic-looking sort of Canadian furry hat, drinking a hard seltzer, doing a funny little dance in the middle of the street.
I'm waiting for it to load here.
Is it not loading yet? Oh, my gosh. It's
not loading, yeah.
It is a real treasure.
I'm sure there's millions of people trying to play this clip at this very moment.
Yeah.
And Basil, I don't know what's going on with your video.
I'm seeing that. It looks like a key problem. That's not a chroma key problem on your side?
No, unfortunately, what happens is, it is a chroma key issue, but it's not because of the chroma key. It's because of something that happens on my video card of your feed. So
okay.
It's something that'll probably
I reset it there for you.
Yep.
All right.
Here we go. You ready?
We got to get the video. Yeah.
I'm trying. Come on, internet. What's going on? Why are we stalling here? This is
a tweet from somebody named Carrie Ma Rules, lawyer and political commentator. And the tweet says, "This is a serious protest about serious issues."
Okay, here we go.
Oh, man.
Come on.
I hope this works. It is such a delightful video. Yeah, what is going on over there, man?
I just click something and it takes 3 to 4 seconds for it to actually respond. Come on. I'm trying to get the volume up here. I mean, it is great.
I don't know if there's any video, but
there is 100% video.
Sorry, audio.
There is audio.
Okay. Well, while you try to do that, it's just a happy dancing man. Yeah. Drinking a hard seltzer, dancing around, people shouting, having fun. Lady walks in. She's having a good time. Oh, maybe a bad word there. Sorry, kids. Okay, that's enough. Which supports what we've been hearing from everybody who's actually reporting from the place, which is that it's a kind of a happy-go-lucky, fun time, standing up for your freedoms type of atmosphere. This is not. I mean, compare this to the protests that we've seen for, Black Lives Matter, or really any protest in the U.S. over the past couple of years. I don't see any buildings on fire. I don't see any bricks through windows. I don't see anybody dressed in, Antifa outfits, carrying shields and wearing helmets and things like that. They just seem to be some happy Canadians just partying in Ottawa.
White nationalists.
Mm-hmm.
Nazis roaming the streets,
and still no pictures of the so-called swastika.
Yeah,
so there you go. This is the extent of the sort of egregiousness of the propaganda putting out there. The spin, the spin doctors are hard at work. I'm scrolling real quick through the clip at the top of this article. Looks like they just have a couple of people that they interviewed. It looks like they have a trucker they interviewed. Still no pictures of swastikas. Yeah, there you go. So we expected this. I'm sure the truckers expected this, but it is pretty impotent attempt at doing that. So far, no violence that I've heard of. And of course, anybody out there, if you see any more things that you should send to us regarding the trucker thing, thank you, Sigra, for sending this. I just checked my Twitter. Sigra, Gonz, Sir Sigra the Beast just sent me the deleted fish kid scene from Willow. Sigra, no.
High five, Sigra.
All right, maybe we'll save that for special features. Okay, I want to end the trucker segment unless you have anything else.
Nope, looks like it's all you.
So when I was doing some searching today, just some general searching for info on the trucker convoy, the very first top hit on my general Google search, I just searched Trucker Convoy Ottawa 2022. The very first search result was this. And it is an article from LinkedIn.com written by Michael Spencer. indie writer and futurist at Substack newsletter.
Whoa, bro.
Indie writer and futurist who has a Substack. Does not work for Substack. He just has a Substack. And he wrote this op-ed, which I'm going to try to get the most important parts in, but my point will be made extremely quickly. So this was posted today, Gonz. Mm-hmm. Keep in mind everything that's going on, the attention that the protest is getting. And today, Michael Spencer posted a Substack newsletter that's titled "Robots Will Disrupt Truckers Sooner Than You Think."
Uh-huh.
And it was the very first search item that came up when I searched for the trucker convoy, as if the search engine was like, don't worry. Oh, you want to know about the trucker convoy? Don't worry. Take a look at this.
I'm for the robots.
Robots will disrupt truckers sooner than you think. This is an op-ed about the automation of the trucking industry as the Freedom Convoy in Canada
what happened?
Is a celebration of freedom in a lockdown era. What comes for truckers in the years ahead is likely rapid automation.
I just lost the article because it's now making me join or log into LinkedIn.
Oh, that's weird. It didn't make me do that.
Okay, I'm back, I think.
Okay. Join me on my AI newsletter, AI Supremacy. This guy has a newsletter called AI Supremacy. Hello? How is this not racist? The fastest growing newsletter of its kind on Substack.
He's the premier AI supremacist.
Yeah.
Pushing for AI supremacy. This is fantastic.
Artificial intelligence.
I didn't know that such a thing existed.
On one hand, it's hilarious what this guy is doing. On the other hand, I might need to take notes because if I'm going to brand myself,
this is the kind of guy you're going to be debating on stage. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to need to. Yeah, I need to see. I didn't want to sign up to his newsletter. I want to find out how well he's doing because if I could just copy his model for my Premier Robot Critic newsletter, if it works, yeah, I'm going to steal his model. But I'm going to be much better than him because listen to this. I cannot continue to write about without extensive community. Oh my gosh. Join me on my AI newsletter, AI Supremacy, the fastest growing newsletter of its kind on Substack here. I cannot continue to write without extensive community support. Okay, so he's trying to go for like a value for value by paywalling his material.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot continue to write. AIsupremacy.substack.com. Few jobs. And okay, so keep that in mind. You know what you get here from this show, value for value. I'm going to read a little bit of his thing, and you get to decide for yourself, dear listener. Is this guy worthy of your value for value, or is he something else? Few jobs are as essentially and quintessentially American as the need for truck drivers. Our entire consumer economy depends on these hardworking individuals. If you want to participate on a poll about this, you can do it so here. I'm trying to build attention to this debate. Okay. It's going to be tough. Supply China bottlenecks. Supply China bottlenecks will accelerate adopting of self-driving trucks. Amid a labor shortage in trucking in some states and countries, you'd think the prospects of trucking jobs are incredible in the 2020s, right? However, the robots are coming. The pandemic, inflation, labor shortages, and supply chain issues, along with wage inflation, are all incentives for logistics and long-haul trucking to be given to the robots. 2022 is a special cocktail of factors that mean those pesky AV trucking startups are going to make big partnerships. With massive supply chain issues and trucker labor shortages, our supply chains need automation to fix them. Meanwhile, a truck convoy is currently protesting mandatory vaccine mandates for the Canadian and U.S. border crossing. They call themselves the Freedom Convoy 2022. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Just to note here, I think this is just a typo. Supply China bottlenecks.
Bro, I'm telling you, that is throughout this whole thing.
But I was gonna say, if you're like a Substack guy, shouldn't you at least proofread a little bit?
A little bit, just a tiny bit. And also,
I make mistakes too. No one's perfect. I get that, but when it's the bold kind of subtitle or subheadings, maybe read it.
Just a little proofread, a once over. You'll be good.
Yeah.
And also, what is the China side of the supply chain problem have to do with truckers? They're two separate things.
I really think he meant supply chain, because he doesn't mention China in the rest of the article, does he?
You're right. He probably did mean supply chain and not supply China.
Yeah.
Supply China bottlenecks. Whether you think the automation of truckers is good or bad is irreverent.
You know what this is? This is a guy. He's got like a little cup of whiskey or something. He's like, I want to write an article, but I don't want to write. So Siri, jot this down. And he's just talking into his phone.
It's irreverent. It could be. Yeah.
Supply China is the problem.
A drunk speech to text app might be the problem.
A drunk speech detector. Oh my gosh.
A translator. It translates for you.
That would be a very popular app. Okay, go on.
Whether you think the automation of truckers, not trucks, not trucking.
Truckers.
The automation of truckers, as if you're going to make humanoid robots to drive existing trucks, is good or bad is irreverent. Your political orientation is...
He meant irrelevant, right?
Of course. Your political orientation is irrelevant. He gets it right the second time.
Okay.
The fact remains, logistics and trucking will soon become more and more automated, just as in retail or restaurants or grocery delivery or TurboTax or...
No.
Sorry, Tobo taxis.
Tobo taxis, yeah.
What are Tobo taxis?
I think he meant robo taxis. Because, the letter R and the letter T are right next to each other on the keyboard.
I swear my reason for this is not just to make fun of this guy.
Okay.
There's more.
Right.
Just as in retail or restaurants or grocery delivery or Tobo taxis, replacing gig economy workers at Uber and Lyft, period. It's not a full sentence, but he was done writing it.
With this point,
Just put a period. This is a society change that's bigger than the jobs they disrupt. This is technological disruption at a scale we haven't witnessed in our lives in a great automation of society. Okay, so we've got...
What?
Look, it's not an official term like the Great Reset, the Great Resignation, but he does capitalize this term he's coining. Great automation.
The great automation of society. Good one. We'll keep track of that.
You can tell he kind of pays attention to stuff going on.
He's just not very articulate.
He's just not doing a great job with. Keep in mind, this was the very first search result in my search for the Canada Ottawa Trucker 2022 thing. This was the very first thing that the search engine was sending people to. Truck Convoy is a swan song to an outdated profession. Hey, for those who don't know, swan song is a sort of an allegory or a euphemistic term to mean like the last one moment before it dies. So he's saying the truck convoy is like the dying breath of an outdated profession of trucking. This is incredibly offensive to me personally, just having listeners of this show.
Second of all, to your offense, the trucker thing is not about trucking per se.
Exactly.
So
it's not about trucking. It's about
I don't know.
But you don't need to vaccinate robots to let them cross a border. A convoy of anti-vaccine Canadian truckers and their supporters is making its way to the country's capital, Ottawa. Oh, Canada, truckers seem to be good supporters of the far right there, too, it seems, eh?
Wow. Wow. Just take the dough of Trudeau's face on there.
Yeah.
Switch it out with like the Canadian people. That's what he's doing.
Exactly.
He's
Yeah. He's saying, oh, these anti-vaccine truckers, which they are not anti-vaccine, they're anti-mandate, are also racist. Okay. Whatever you say, sir. The problem? ? The labor shortage in the logistics and trucking industry is going to lead to significant spend on the automation of logistics and trucking. There are over 60 major automation of trucking companies already in development. A company called Too Simple, ticker TU, already trades on the stock market.
Oh, must be real then.
Yeah, exactly. Too Simple Holdings, Inc., an autonomous technology company, develops autonomous technology. Specifically, this guy is hurting me. It's even worse now that I'm reading it out loud versus when I was reading it alone. This autonomous technology company develops autonomous technology specifically designed for semi-trucks in the United States and internationally. It intends to produce a line of purpose-built Level 4 autonomous semi-trucks for the North American market. Logistics and trucking are going to the robots. Since I wrote my piece on this topic in 2019, so we know he's like a veteran. The field has really accelerated. We seem to be in denial that some aspects of trucking will soon be automated. A chronic labor shortage will be the trigger. Self-driving technology is only getting better each year, and trucking for autonomous vehicles is the first adoption industry. No, it isn't. Yeah. Self-driving trucks and delivery robots will start to roll out in the next decade or two, he says. Wage inflation.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to spend time with it. Self-driving technology is only getting better each year, and trucking for autonomous vehicles is the first adoption industry. This is like categorically not true.
I know. That's what I'm saying. He has no idea what he's talking about. He's writing just off the top of his head BS. He's just making assumptions.
He's drinking.
It is not hard
drinking while writing
to get this information. This is the information you and I deal with every single episode. Trust me, he could find it if he was trying. He's not trying.
Try for like 30 seconds, too. Yeah. It's not even that much of a thing. But okay, go ahead.
Okay, just a couple more things.
Are we going to keep going, or how much are we?
Just a little bit. Okay. I'm going to finish one thing and then skip. Wage inflation, supply chain issues, and truckers not following vaccine mandates, along with a significant labor shortage in the trucking industry, mean the need for automation has never been greater. AVEVs will perhaps transform the future of logistics more in the next 20 years than in all of its history put together.
All of its history put together? We are going to change society with automation companies making automated things.
Technologies. So it goes on exactly like this for way, way, way too long. And so
the Freedom Convoy is nothing but a vehicle for the far right, according to the Canadian Anti-Hate Network.
Oh, yes. That was one of the parts I wanted to make sure to read. So, yes, he's all in on the propaganda. He's basically saying, this man obviously does not spend a lot of time researching this. I'd say about 50% of what he says is just erroneous, is just untrue, that you could fix in like 5 minutes if you took the time to write it, like read about it.
This paragraph where he's talking about the Anti-Hate Network, he gets all triggered in it, and the grammar is even worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and he's fully on board with this truckers are racist propaganda that has literally no basis in reality. I mean, talk about baseless conspiracy theory.
I'm sorry, I have to read this.
Okay.
The Freedom Convoy is nothing but a vehicle for the far right. That's a quote, according to the Canadian Anti-Hate Network, a nonprofit that monitors hate groups. Mm-hmm. I don't know about the far right, but I got a trucker commenting on my new Twitter account.
Oh, yeah.
Being critical of my ties to big tech AI companies. Pretty offensive, period. If you ask me, period. As if I'm sponsored by companies to make future predictions.
I think you might actually be sponsored by these companies, not to make future predictions, but to propagate this nonsense that shows up as the very first result in a search for the Ottawa truck convoy.
You know, and it's one of those things where I don't deny that some kind of automation will slowly creep into the trucking industry.
Totally.
And it's already probably, I mean, if you think about certain things, they probably already have.
It's going to happen. Tesla's already working on it. That's why Elon had to support the truckers, because he's going to take all their jobs.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, he's not wrong about the danger of automation in the trucking industry. But he's
not really calling it a danger.
So wrong about everything. Yeah, and that's the thing. He doesn't think it's a danger. He thinks it's a good thing that the robots replace human beings, take their jobs, get rid of their livelihoods, make their children homeless. For what? He has not listed a single benefit except for truckers don't like vaccines and they are racist. So,
so we must hate them. Yeah. Hate them, says the anti-hate group. So who is this guy, Michael Spencer?
Thank you for asking. So Michael Spencer, I read through this. I'm like, what in the world just happened to my brain reading this? I'm dumber for reading Michael Spencer's Substack article that he is asking for money for.
Substantial amount of support.
I need substantial community support. If you want more quality writing like this.
Extensive community support. I'm sorry.
I almost want to support him just to get more fodder to make fun of him for on the show.
It's an investment on our part.
But I'm trying really hard not to make this personal. It's not about that.
It's not personal. Jesus loves Michael Spencer too. Okay, what's this?
So I pop over to Michael Spencer's LinkedIn.
Mm-hmm.
We're on LinkedIn,
Yeah,
he's
apparently
posting on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
I pop over. It's Michael Spencer. His job is indie writer and futurist at Substack newsletter.
Got it.
So this is his thing. He's trying to make this his thing.
Yeah, not trying. It is.
Who knows? Here's the about section on his LinkedIn. I'm fascinated by all things artificial intelligence, innovation, business, content, automation, and futurism. Okay. All right. Fine. Fine. Some of those things are the same thing, and the rest have nothing to do with anything else. But okay. A remote marketing consultant. I advise startups, write blogs, and growth hack content distribution, lead generation, social media, branding, etc. So that's so many words, right? It's so many words to mean that he's a leech.
Yeah,
he's a leech on people who are actually doing business and doing things. Remote marketing consultant, okay. Advise startups, okay. I'd like to know what your qualifications are, but okay.
I would just read his blog and say, no, thank you. I don't think I would want your advice on my startup.
Exactly. Recently, I help in particular B2B enterprise, AI companies, and blockchain startups.
He's from Canada, so he should have a good handle of the English language there.
Is he from Canada? Yeah. That was the thing. Yeah. He's from Greater Montreal metropolitan area. He's in Canada. And throughout that whole article that we could not make it through, he's constantly referring to American truckers.
See, I'm wondering if they think that this is an invasion. In the end, this might be spun, which we're already seeing sort of signs of, but some kind of American white nationalist invasion of Canada. And I don't know that they can pull it off, really, unless there's somebody that is a true Asian provocateur that does something violent I don't know that they can really pull off that narrative, but I think they're trying.
They're trying very hard.
They got this guy all in.
They got this guy in. Anyways, feel free to reach out to me via WeChat.
All right.
Well, we should hit him up on WeChat.
What up, Mike Kevin Spencer?
Samples of my writing style can also be seen.
Your writing style is incompetence, sir.
Oh, I've seen samples of your writing style. I am well aware of the products that we would receive from your services. But he gives a website, lastfuturist.com.
He's the last one, huh?
Yeah, he's the last one apparently. Yeah, which is just complete. It's like a blog. It's just completely filled with articles written by him. Man, I don't think we can go down the rabbit hole, but this is going to be a great resource for comedy. Listen to this though.
Yeah.
Named a LinkedIn top voice in 2016 and 2017, ranked number 2 in marketing and social.
Wow.
I'm an amateur futurist.
Amateur.
I would love to meet a professional futurist. I guess we could claim to be professional futurists.
Are we?
And an indie influencer. What? I almost cursed just then. I had to catch myself. Because what in the world?
An indie influencer?
I almost broke our 2-year streak of no bad language on the show. At this man claiming to be an amateur futurist and an indie influencer. My interests.
Because an influencer are these people on like Instagram, right? That show off their biceps and sell, whatever, weightlifting products or whatever they do, right? That's an influencer or makeup products or whatever.
What is the alternative to an indie influencer?
No, but if those are mainstream influencers, because that's kind of what you call them, social media influencers, whatever.
Yeah.
To call yourself indie just means nobody.
It means
nobody listens to you. Is what it means.
That's a really good point. Yes, that might be the secret code he's trying to say. I mean, technically, all influencers are independent. You are a person who has influence. And you get paid to do it.
Right.
To be an indie influencer just means you don't get paid. By the way, he has 500 connections on LinkedIn, which
it all came in 2016 and 2017 when he was ranked number 2. And
notice how there's no source for who named him a LinkedIn top voice. All right. Okay.
I just assumed it was LinkedIn, but you're right. It's not like it.
I know you assume it's LinkedIn, but I don't know if that's the case.
Amateur Futurist Society.
Okay, we've got to get through this.
That he started.
My interests are varied.
Oh.
Remember, he already told us his interests earlier. But he says, my interests are varied. And back in the day, I wrote 800 plus articles on LinkedIn in 2.2 years of activity.
Holy moly.
Along with another 2,000 articles on Medium. In the most recent years I was active there.
He's not human. He's not human.
This man
is
claiming to have written 3,000 articles, the most recent of which was that abomination on trucking that we just attempted to read.
Okay, hold on. 2.2 years is 803 years, okay? So, or 3 days.
2.2 years. 2.2 years of activity.
It was 803 days, which is about 2.2. 3,000 articles divided by 803 days. He's writing just shy of 4 articles a day. That's 3.73 articles a day to reach that mark.
That makes sense. That makes sense why it was so abhorrent and offensive to my senses to read his latest product.
Oh, he's I like the next. I can't get over this. The next line is fantastic too.
I've been called a content machine.
Oh,
and I have a particular
content machine.
Again with his interests. He keeps going back to his interests. I'm a content machine and have a particular interest in China Tech, Amazon, voice AI, future of work, and many other futurism topics. Recently, I've been getting more into the B2B marketing world, exploring and supporting small to medium-sized startups with a great enterprise product, while I specialize in content. No, you do not, Michael. All aspects of marketing interest me greatly. Oh, my gosh. So, yeah, this guy's nonsense. I think he does have AI. He's so into AI, or claims to be. I think he has AI writing these articles. And so I'm putting it all together here now. So this wasn't just a bash Michael Spencer personal
made me laugh,
dog pile. It was fun and impossible not to.
Yeah.
But so we have Michael Spencer. He claims to put out 4 articles a day. He claims somebody's called him a content machine. I think maybe he called himself a content machine.
Talking to himself in the mirror in the morning.
And I think he called himself that because he literally has a content machine. I believe
I'm a content machine.
An AI.
I'm going to bust out 4 articles a day. You're right. He probably does have a script.
That's what I'm saying. I think he literally has an AI writing articles. And because he's a marketing social media guy, he, his algos are off the chain, obviously.
Yeah.
If he's coming up as the first piece of content on a search for the Trucker Ottawa 2022, the biggest worldwide news story across the whole world. And this guy gets that piece of junk article at the top of the list.
Hey,
he is an algorithm master.
I was gonna say,
and it's written by AI.
Yeah,
and just let me wrap it in a little bow for you.
Okay.
And the reason why I brought this to the show is because here is an example of artificial intelligence having the power to crank out and to target it's writing perfectly to the search algorithms where he can grab the very first search result spot in the biggest story on the planet at the time with such a piece of junk article. And so we talk about AI and its role in what's going on and exactly the dangers of it as far as, not just taking control of a robot army to kill everybody, but to manipulate information flow around the whole world. And in this case, the AI presented what some would call a righteous movement of the people fighting back against tyranny in a tear-jerking moment of unity around the world, inspiring not just truckers, but giving citizens who have been tyrannized and oppressed for 2 years and told that they were bad people for feeling oppressed and tyrannized, gaslit, and this artificial intelligence makes it to the top, dominates the search results for the biggest news story. And what does it do? It celebrates the replacement of truck drivers with robots and calls truck drivers all sorts of horrible, false things using information that is not even true. Like the depth of the problem finding this article for me is so core shaking. It rattles my soul when you consider the implications of what this article represents when I went looking for the trucker information. And if just a guy on LinkedIn can do that, Lord help us with the flow of information moving forward, especially as more of these freedom movements start gaining steam around the world. I mean, this is a very serious danger for the minds of everybody. And this Michael Spencer guy is some sort of dark wizard who has this golem, who has this sort of demonic portal through which these filthy trash articles can be created and influence worldwide perception of this movement.
This is weird too. He should be against Trudeau because I'm looking at this article that he wrote in 2019, October 18th, 2019, titled Justin Trudeau's Downfall. And he's going through here. He's talking about how, there shouldn't be corruption. We should know about the corruption. Democracy needs more ethical guidelines and accountability of conduct. Trudeau, in spite of his goodwill, failed Canadians. A blow for women in politics. And then there's a segment titled, The State is Made Up of Humans.
Yeah. Yeah. We got to get our AI running, man. Honestly, like I've joked in the past about one way to fight that battle, the AI algorithm battle, is to implement our own AI, to be on the front lines of this information problem.
Yeah.
I'm more serious about that than ever. Like, I'm actually thinking, I'm not saying it'll save the world, but we can't write 4 articles a day. And if we could figure it out where there's just, even if we're not like trying to write the best articles, at least basing the AI content off of transcripts of our show. And if we could tune that algorithm to be this successful, where we're showing up as the first piece of content on a worldwide search for big news stories.
We'll be laughed at by some woke podcast.
Yeah, sure. Then somebody else can laugh at our bad AI.
Yeah.
But at least it's,
it's backed by actual humans talking into a mic.
Yeah, or at least
we acknowledge that it's an AI that wrote the article.
At least it isn't Michael Spencer. At least it isn't this guy. So I don't know, man.
If we really want to leverage
encouraged more than ever to just start messing around with AI in the transcripts of our show.
Well, see, that's where contacting Michael Spencer might be worthwhile, anonymously, not saying that, we're us from the show, but just to kind of be money. Like, what did you do there to find, be number one on that search engine, stuff like that.
I would pay $1,000 right now.
You heard it here first.
I would pay $1,000.
Basil has his little card up on the silent auction for Michael Spencer.
My auction card is up. Michael Spencer, if you're listening, send me an email. I will send you $1,000.
Wow.
If you give me the secrets to how you got your stuff at the top.
Our first anti-Canary Cry knighthood, maybe, Michael Spencer.
Anti-Canary Cry.
We can create a whole list of anti-Canary Cry and like antagonists in the Canarium.
Yes, a goblin.
Oh yeah,
he's a goblin. Those are people we pay money to.
We pay them money to be part of our community.
You start as a goblin.
Villains.
Yeah. You start as a goblin, then you become you start as a troll.
Right.
Then you become a goblin, and then
Fish Boy. You need to watch the Fish Boy clip because Fish Boy evolves throughout this canceled or deleted scene here.
And Minotaur is in there somewhere. Mermaid.
See, what you have to do is you got to get more progressively ugly, but the final stage you have to look pristine, even though you're evil. It's like the Frieza in Dragon Ball. His final transformation, you thought he was going to be super crazy looking, but he was all like bald and smooth.
He's just like a smooth weirdo. Yeah, Dragon has to be in there somewhere. Yeah. By the way, $1,000, like you gasp as I offer $1,000.
I know.
It's probably worth like $100,000
to be number one on search engine. Yes.
Just to have the algorithm
for people to search, latest news and then Canary Cry news talk to come up first.
Dude, if we have a good AI like coder or something, or just have access to the algorithms. We could make it happen. Anyways, that's enough about that. So there you go. This is the level of resources and forces leveled against this movement that, happened in Australia, has really shown itself to be something special in Canada, and will continue to pop up. And, like the literal robots, not only are they coming for, truckers' jobs, but they're also coming for their reputation.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we're almost at 3.5 hours, and we're not even through the second break yet.
Yeah. Well, that's us. Welcome to the show, Gonz.
This is our second break, where we thank producers of the show who came in with their time and talent. And we consider Canary Cry News Talk to be a very peaceful place where you can think about the troubles of the world, but you can leave it elsewhere. You can express the pain, the suffering, the anxiety through art and music. And we like to present those producers here and thank them for creating the culture that is Canary Cry. Mm-hmm. And to start things off, though, real quick, let me thank Jade Bouncerson for doing the timestamps. Thank you very much. Oh, no, not Jade Bouncerson. That was last episode. Hold on. I think it was Christine C. who came in. Yep. Thank you, Christine C. Appreciate the timestamps.
Mm-hmm. And again, yes, the timestamps are hard work.
It is. Come on. I know you can change pages. There we go.
Timestamp. It's hard work. Timestamp.
Mm-hmm. Maybe I need a reboot of the old computer.
And the timestamps have been great. Timestampers, I still use them for the clippings for the Canary Cry Clips channel. And the clips for episode 438 are loaded on YouTube. And I will just be labeling them today after the show and posting them. So you can go look for those.
All right. So to kick things off here, thanking some of our producers. We're going to start with audio production.
Audio production.
Productions. Okay, we have a note here from Chester W. He says, "Happy Monday. I think that's what day it is. Here's something I thought was really funny. Mundane Monday bro love."
Okay.
And
something you thought was funny. Let's hear it.
Something you thought was funny. Hold on. What happened to the clip? Oh, here it is. Oh, what? Hold on. Okay. Sorry about that. Here we go. Oh, no. Come on. Speed.
Adrenaline.
Moving.
Competition.
Fast, yes.
Exercise. It's good for you.
Speed. I'm confused. I don't know what that was.
That was us talking about roller skating a couple episodes ago.
Okay, but we're like talking over each other and...
Yeah, was that live? Did he edit that?
I don't know.
I don't
think it was live. Here, let's play it again. Let's hear it one more time. Speed.
Adrenaline.
Moving.
Competition.
Fast, yes.
Exercise. It's good for you.
Speed. Maybe
that
it was
is
live.
quite the overtalk extravaganza we had there, but thank you very much. Who sent this in?
That was Chester W.
Producer Chester, thank you very much for that little clip. It does seem like somebody could make like a roller skating jingle with that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You can add some music and maybe something special can happen.
If the roller skating section of the show continues.
Which I'm sure it will.
It probably will. Well, we will need a roller skating jingle if that's the case. So maybe somebody can use that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, we also have a track sent in by Psalm 40. He has a note here. "Salutations, brothers. I hope you had a beautiful weekend and a bountiful Sabbath. This week, I have track 8, The Promise. I've made all these songs available in a playlist on my YouTube account. Give us a link to that YouTube, unless he did and I didn't put it in here. I finished what I wanted to do with this story arc of Man, so now I'll have more time to focus solely on the NWO Fantasy League. Woo! I'll have to get with Dove before releasing any sensitive info on that, though.
Indeed, yes. And I would also like to be included on that, the rollout of information.
Of their brother, sold Joseph to the Egyptians.
This is a song.
But God was with him and rescued him out of all of his trouble and gave him favor and wisdom before the Pharaoh. Now there came a famine throughout all Egypt and Canaan, and our fathers could find no food. But when Jacob learned that there was grain in Egypt,
love it.
He sent out our fathers.
We'll play the whole track in the mixtape at the end. And I have to say, Psalm 40, each track, I mean, I love each one. This one, there's a moment towards the end of the track where he's talking about who Moses is, and the music is just done so well. So good job there, Psalm 40.
Yeah, I love it, Psalm 40. And remember, we'll be playing the full version of the song at the end of the show at the Canary Cry mixtape.
Yep. Art.
An art, please.
Is my art jingle blocked? Hold on, let me play it again.
One art, please.
Interesting. It kind of cut off the top of the jingle there. Stream Deck, come on. Okay. Got a few people to thank for art. Starting off with Dame Allie of the Skillet Nation.
One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
Oh, Gonz, excuse me for 1 second. I have to interrupt. There's an urgent message coming in. I think it's coming in from one of our Canary Cry truckers.
Oh.
Hold on. Let me see if I can patch him in here.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's see if this works. Are you getting this?
I don't hear anything.
Gonzo.
What?
You're supposed to play it.
Well, I'm supposed to play what? Whatever you had planned did not work.
There is none. We already talked about this, Gonzo.
We did?
Yes.
I'm so lost.
All right.
You're going to have to remind me.
Well, I don't know why you forget this. We literally just talked about it. But we had a message come in from a trucker on the Speakpipe that we have to play.
Oh. Okay. Hold on.
Oh, my gosh.
Did I actually get it?
You should have. I sent it to you.
Okay.
And it was there. But now we should probably wait to do it. But you should get it ready.
Oh,
so
there was a fourth one. You added a fourth one.
I added one, and I told you, here's a very important message.
You're right. That's my fault.
Add it to the show.
That's my fault.
Do it.
Okay, I'm doing it right now. We're getting it done.
I know you're doing it now. But why don't you bring up Dame Allie's artwork first?
Okay, so let's pull that out first. Here we go. And we have a note here, right on theme.
Mm-hmm.
And the note states, it's Allie's 15th birthday drawing. Justin Trudeau goes to his safe place under a desk to keep the big bad truckers at bay.
Yes, happy birthday to Dame Allie of the Skillet Nation, one of our most prolific and talented artists. I can't believe she's 15 already.
Wow.
She's been doing art for us since she was 13.
Yeah.
I believe. And her art today is little old Justin Trudeau hiding under a desk, all curled up like a little baby, looking very scared and also scary with his lizard eyeballs.
Very well done. I have the clip. That
Do you have the message? Why don't you go and play it?
Okay. Here we go.
You're a breaker, one niner. This is all the truckers in Canada wishing that Basil and Bonds a happy 15th birthday. Over and out.
Ooh.
Over and out. There you go. Basil and Bonds in the chat. You know her by Dame Allie of the Skillet Nation. Turning 15th. 15th.
Turning 15th.
You are now the 15th year of human. The 15th iteration. Allie, 15th. Welcome to the future.
Welcome to the future.
And happy birthday, Allie. Let's play her a little happy birthday.
The greatest amateur futurist artist.
Mm-hmm.
Allie.
Happy birthday.
birthday to
Indeed. Happy birthday, Dame Allie. You bring so much to the show, and you've been doing it for such a very long time. It's weird that you're turning 15 because you were not 15 only 2 years ago when you started doing art for the show.
Well, the other thing is,
or whatever.
I think back to when I was 15, and I just think, wow, that was a long time ago. That was well over half my life ago. That is crazy.
Yeah, it's a long time ago, Gonz, but this isn't about you. This is about Allie. Yep. And I think maybe we owe... I tried so hard to set up this clip for us, Gonz.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you might owe Allie an apology.
Okay, I'm sorry, Allie. We totally screwed that one up.
Okay, now I think you owe me an apology.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Allie, for your artwork and just for being you and being an essential part of the Canarium.
Yeah, we're so grateful, and I'm very much blown away that, you know, all the producers, but especially Allie, the commitment. You know, usually kids 12, 13, 14, 15 can't get them to commit to anything. Can't get them to commit to coming to dinner on time or something, you know. But
that kind of consistency for a 13 through 15-year-old is almost unheard of.
It's impressive. So happy birthday, Allie, and many more to come. And keep it going.
Indeed. And if you think about Allie's life in a percentage, what is 15? What is 2 years?
Two out of her 15%.
That would be roughly.
That's 13%.
Roughly 13%.
13.333%.
Whoa! Yeah, she's been making art for us for like 13% of her whole life.
13.3333333. Illuminati confirmed.
Illuminatus!
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
all right.
Dame Allie. All right. Next we have Sir Dove, Knight of Ruspeltia.
One art piece from Dove.
And it's 2 art pieces because it's Monday. It's Monday. And the note reads, Peace. For this week's Bible verse artwork, I did a design for Matthew 6:19. Lay not up for yourselves treasure upon earth where moth and rust doth corrupt and where thieves break through and steal. Which is a good one. And one for James 3. I'm just moving the artwork here. James 3 verse 6, and the tongue is a fire, a world of iniquities. So is the tongue among our members, that it defileth it defileth the whole body and setteth on fire the course of nature. Hope you guys like him. Keep doing what you do, and I'll keep praying for yins. That's Dove, and yeah, there you go. It's a scripture picture. Yes,
the James 3:6 here is sort of an abandoned house that caught fire several years ago, he says. And we've got 2 moths, sort of classic Dove-style moths, and they're wearing pink ski masks over their heads. So you know they're here to corrupt. And yes, it says, lay up your treasures where, oh gosh, moths and rust. Oh man, I'm so white, man. It's hard for me to read this. Moths, rust, and thieves. Oh, they're rusty thief moths is what it is.
Yeah.
Then we got the second one here. The let's see here. A burning building in the background, flames pouring out of the windows, and the tongue is a fire, it says. Again, in the cool style of fonting, and fire is on fire as well. Thank you very much, Sir Dove.
The fire is on fire.
The fire is on fire. That's how you know it's fire.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you very much, Sir Dove. Appreciate it. And let's see.
Next up, we got some from Mr. Jag.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Jag says, hi, Gonz and Basil, about the art. We've got Brandon Fugal sketch. Comes in 2 versions in case the complete sketch is not that much family friendly. I think it is. Just has a scary skinwalker on it.
I was going to say,
do you know this Brandon Fugal guy? He's a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Mormons. That's pretty much all I know. But we have a sketch of him here, and behind him is sort of a ramshackle house with a skinwalker walking around, sort of like a long-legged, sort of half-human, half-wolf type of creature. Skinwalker Ranch may be part of the coming Great Deception, it says on the sketch. Been a while since I've thought about Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah.
There's like a whole lot behind that.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of interesting government ties too.
Right, right. And then the next one, we have Jordan Peterson mentioned the Bible to Joe Rogan. And we have here a sketch that includes, or a pencil drawing that includes Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson here. And it says, we have this is a quote from Jordan Peterson. We have a bedrock agreement. That's the Bible, by the way. And yes, we've got, Mr. Jag's handwriting is incredible.
Yeah,
He's got remarkable handwriting.
Yeah, he put the link down there. I actually watched this, not the whole thing. I saw clips from the Jordan Peterson interview with Joe Rogan. And it is interesting how he talks about the Bible. He's much more practical in its application to kind of your foundational philosophy.
He's a little bit more on the like Jungian side of things.
He is, yeah. It's not necessarily the supernatural stuff.
That other guy. But it's the value. His main thing is he finds a lot of value within the Bible in the sort of core, speaking to like the core inner human being. The stories and the characters in the Bible are useful mythologies.
Right,
and
some more practical.
He means mythologies in the more academic term, not the sort of offensive term, meaning fake.
Right.
He means it in almost like a meme, you know. It's it's more true than literally true is something he would say, and is deeply connects with human psychology or something.
Well,
he's very particular about how he describes it.
Right. It's all about principles and application. But
which I find is interesting because, you know, I don't know. I don't know much about Jordan Peterson. I haven't read any of his books. I've heard a couple interviews, that type of things. But it seems like from what I can gather culturally, it's like just enough where a Christian can like appreciate his work, but not necessarily like consider him some sort of, you know, spiritual teacher or authority or something like that, you know.
Well, yeah. Well, he's
which
coming
is not
at
what
it
he's
from,
trying to do.
Yeah, he's coming at it more from a psychology standpoint anyway. Yeah. I think his daughter's kind of not getting into, but has talked about God in general a lot more based on her kind of life experiences more recently. So, you know, just it's interesting. I think as we see sort of a conservative run here, because everything was so liberal, left wing, you know, it swung so far. Yeah, it swung so far the other way that we'll see a lot more people probably ride the momentum of the
Bible appreciation bandwagon.
Sure, yeah. And it's going to be one of those things where at a very surface level, you can agree with some of the main points being made, but then, you know, as usual with anything, if you start digging a little deeper, you might find some disagreements.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it's hard
I don't
to
even
disagree with what he says.
I'm not even saying that,
but
with
it's
him.
also, but you're not. You also, he's not saying that like the Bible is literally true, and these. He
actually says it doesn't literally have to be true. You know?
That's what I mean. Yeah. That's what he means by the mythology. Is it's like it's more. It doesn't need to be literally true. It is more true than literally true.
Right. It's not the events; it's the principles, kind of thing.
Yeah, something like that. Anyways, that's enough about rambling. Two guys who don't know anything about Jordan Peterson trying to explain the core principles of Jordan Peterson's theology.
I listened to many of his interviews and read a few of his articles and stuff, so I'm not unfamiliar with him. I know a lot of people are really into him, but yeah.
I mean, he's got some good stuff. Yep. But thank you very much, Mr. Jag. Wonderful pen drawings as always.
Thank you very much. Okay, microfiction?
Microfiction?
Which means wrong smash? Wrong smash.
Also, did he produce today's show? I don't think. Okay. I don't check the Proton Mail because really the only producership that comes in on the Proton Mail is Runk Smash. So next time you see his producership, can you stick it on the document for us?
I will. Yeah, let me double check that too because.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Comes in.
So we need to give Runk Smash some producer credit right now. Thank you, Runk Smash, for producing the show with your Dogecoin, Crypto Boy.
He's broken our system here.
I know he's working outside the system.
Okay, hold on. Let me quit. This pages have to switch over here. Come on. Okay, here we go. Oh no, it's not playing. This Stream Deck. No, wrong thing.
There are a lot of excuses, Gonz.
I'm just saying, man. I'm pressing buttons and they don't play, and then they play other jingles.
I know.
There we go.
We hear it happening.
Okay, and he's on a streak too, right?
I think 4, 3.
I think it might be 3.
Yeah, I think it's 3. Yeah, Runk Smash is lit, baby. No, he's heating up. There it is.
He's a crypto producer.
Yeah. Is this a crypto? I look like I know what a crypto is?
Okay. Thank you for your support, Runk Smash. We will try to not miss you next time. This is the second episode in a row we've done this. All right. Runk Smash coming in. He says, a Grace 7.0 backs her 18-wheeler up to the loading dock. Driving is far better than her original nursing protocols. The dock loads her trailer, and she receives the manifest, but everything is redacted. Then, an agent compels her to return to nursing. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, I forgot to wait for the music.
It's okay. It came in about halfway. I click on it, and then it takes 30 seconds for it to actually start playing, so,
Thank you very much, Runk Smash. We're getting more of a look at the far-flung future where Canary Cry News Talk has not yet reached the ears of the robotic citizens of the world.
That's not a bad word. It's a bee sting.
Son of a bee sting.
It's an old ISO. I don't know why that even played. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Runk Smash. I want to real briefly here. I don't want to spend too much time because we're always running late. But we did get some snail mail, and I talked about it last episode, and I thought I'd run through it real quick.
Snail mail.
It came in this big box here. It's really beat-up box. I mean, I'm surprised it got here. They got a note here. It says, hey, you two, I've been mooching and smooching with you two about 6 months now. Mooching and smooching with us.
Mooching and smooching, baby.
Mooching and smooching. So I decided to take our relationship to the next level. Smiley face. Look, PayPal was my first choice, but my PayPal account was acting strange. It kept wanting to send a confirmation SMS to a number that was not mine. So I got spooked and chose to support you on Patreon. It's probably a 2FA thing there. But it's okay. That's fine. Oh yeah, don't throw math at me, sir. You old car salesman. That's racist. And he calls us bigots. And then he says, "Quote."
What'd we do?
No. Says, "Quote. No, Alexa. I don't know any other fun time robots, especially not someone called Siri. Geez. I think I'm busted, guys. She's loading up the hissy fit mode. Where is that darn remote? Welcome to the future. Now to the serious part. Our friends in Italy is in dire need of help and prayers. Okay, so we will call upon the producers. Come on. I know you can do it. Really? Come on. Oh my gosh. This is so bad. What is the deal today? Oh no, I'm getting a big yellow X sign. That's not good.
It was so good last episode. It was too smooth. It needed to really swing the other way.
Apparently, this is really laggy today. Okay,
yeah.
Here we go. Come on.
Maybe we need to get you a different.
Producers, assemble!
Wonder if just running it through your old computer here is a part of it. Like the computer is having trouble accessing the interface and then also accessing the hard drive.
I was very surprised to learn that, or just remember that my computer here is 2013. It is almost 10 years old. That is crazy.
I know.
Okay, let me just keep reading here. Sorry about that. Now to the serious part. Our friends in Italy are in dire need of help and prayers. It looks like their health sector has completely collapsed. Please watch the DVD I shipped to you. Yeah, so we got a DVD here. A couple of DVDs or CDs. And this is a big package, by the way. A lot of stuff in here.
Yeah.
And then the second page of the note here. I also send you some treasure from my own personal Alexandria. Kind of like, secret knowledge. You have my consent to use everything you find useful in the box for your own gain. There are some pictures I took in 2021 of weird stuff, beautiful stuff in Copenhagen, and of course some banana porn for the googly-eyed one.
Oh,
great!
Good bananas.
The DJ set is my finest work. Yeah, I think there's some green banana pictures. Actually, hold on, let me see. I know there's a. Whoa, what was that? That was weird. Yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing. I can't go through everything here because we have this is like old school, man. When you bring the film to the shop there and they make the pictures and then you got to wait like 2 weeks. Pictures like this, very ripe green bananas. I don't even know if the camera's picking it up. But yeah, there's all kinds of pictures in here. And yeah, it's great. Okay, let me keep reading. The DJ set is my finest work. It is great for everything. Boxing, training for the Asian devastation Gonz, one heck of a razzle dazzle Basil workout session, or to a Canary party or anti-lockdown COVID pass rally. Which again, I will. You know what I was thinking too? I need to find a CD thing. I realize I don't have any more CD players. I gotta go dig one up. I'm old.
Yeah. I mean, you have a computer.
Yeah, it doesn't have a DVD input.
There's no disk drive.
No, it's a trash can. Come on.
That's funny.
Yeah. Then it says, Heart OAOC, you and I was never meant to be. I don't know what to do because Basil already called dibs on you. I think there's some inside joke stuff going on here. God bless you two in chat. Yours sincerely, Martin. Thank you very much, Martin. And yes, so much stuff in here. We have I don't know what this is, a picture frame with this woman in it. Not 100% sure what's going on. And it came with I'm trying to manage it. It came with a little note here, a letter. It says, "What is the most dangerous animal in the world?" And I'm going to do a live opening because I haven't even opened this envelope yet. So you can.
That woman, it looks like maybe she's some sort of politician or something.
She looks like a politician. Okay, we got a fuzzy cat. Got a fuzzy white cat, which is apparently the most dangerous animal in the world. And in the card here, a woman that feels she has been treated unfairly. This is the Danish Prime Minister. That's who she is.
Mm-hmm.
Mette Frederiksen. Oh, I recognize her. She's the one that was pushing back against all the measures, right? I think she was the one that was like making sense out of all the stuff. Under the pandemic, she has had 3 scandals. Oh, maybe not. 3 scandals and still counting. I'm willing to bet. 1, mysterious disappearance of emails. 2, mass murder of over 6 million minks. And annihilation of the mink industry in Denmark, and 3 mysterious disappearances of SMS text messages.
I remember.
Yeah. Okay, that kind of makes sense.
From the announcement that Denmark was pulling back on on all the mandates,
right,
and stuff. She was the one announcing it,
right,
on the article. So I do remember that. That's funny. You've got your very own portrait of her now, Gonz.
I do. It's fantastic.
Lucky.
This is great. Yeah. And then I got a thing. I think there's some just information on some vaccine studies that he printed out, which is great. And we got some physical copies. He also a couple more things here, and we'll move on. He has a note here on this little piece here. This is just an experiment of mine. I'm curious to see if this makes it to the USA intact, or if the box got banged up and bruised like Rihanna. Oh, come on, that's a bad
poor taste.
Bad joke. Okay, but it's the box here. It's Spangsberg Float Bowler Classic Mork. I'm guessing that means chocolate or something, but it's this chocolate thing here. And just to let you know, the middle pieces here, looks like the middle like 2 or 3 pieces is melted. It looks like it's in complete devastation. I'm gonna open it up.
It gets hot on those planes, man.
I know. Well, I'm ripping it open now.
You're going to eat it on air so we can see if it's poisoned or not?
I don't know. I mean, you can see it here for those watching. It's hold on. It's pretty bad. It's all melted in there. I don't know what this is. It looks like some kind of chocolate.
You can make some chocolate fondue.
Oh, it looks nice. Ooh, very soft. All right, yeah, I might check it out. And then lastly, can't send a box to America without including the Future Strategic Issues, Future Warfare Circa 2025 by NASA Chief Scientist Dennis M. Bushnell, the capabilities of the enemy after next, ongoing worldwide technological revolutions, economic trends, potential nature of farther term warfare, all printed out on a ring binder here. This thing is super thick. It's got all the pages of the whole presentation. And maybe it'll be fun to read like a page per episode until we get through it or something. Which
I've never read through it. I don't know exactly. I mean, I know what the report is.
Yeah.
One of those, sketchy government reports that pretty much tell us that there's aliens and that there's, wars we couldn't possibly even consider fighting.
The first page says, "The bots, Borgs, and humans welcome you to 2025 AD."
Whoa,
literally
that's
says
pretty
that.
soon.
Yeah, it's very soon. Right out of the pandemic there. So we'll maybe have fun with that as the shows go on.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Martine.
Thank you, Martine, and appreciate all the stuff. This is like Christmas over here. We got food and portraits and
those chocolate things
NASA reports
look delicious. It looks like there's marshmallows inside of it or something.
Should I just eat one of the melted ones? Or should I eat a clean one?
Save it for the saltine episode.
I don't want to save it that long. I've already opened it.
Okay.
It already came from Denmark.
It sounds like you want to eat it.
I'm hungry.
If you want to eat it on the show, go for it.
Yeah, it's okay. All right. That's it. Thank you, Martine. Oh, now I got marshmallow on my mouse.
Yummy.
It's turning into a disaster.
Yeah,
all right.
This is out of control. Okay. I think we're done.
No, we're not done because we got to real quickly do meetups. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Canary Cry Meetup.
Go to CanaryCry.Meetups.com. Find out if there's a meetup happening near you, and if there's not, make your own. Choose a location, figure out a date and time, make a flyer, and promote. If you build it, he will come. It's not they will come. That's a Mandela effect thing. Ciara.
Are you sure?
I think it's he will come.
From Field of Dreams?
If you build it, he will come. I don't think it's they.
Interesting.
Yeah. You can check it. I don't know. Maybe it was changed. Maybe they changed it.
Keep going.
Okay. Ciara does a Zoom meetup every third Saturday of the month. You can contact her at ciaralauren93@gmail.com to find out more about that and find out more about meetups in general. She can help you organize one. So definitely contact Ciara. She's also hosting the Washington and Canada meetup happening, scheduled for March 19th, 2022 at the Peace Arch National Park. And as far as I know, if you are in Canada and would like to attend, definitely email Ciara so you guys can all coordinate together. And also coming up here, February 12th, 2022 is the San Antonio, Texas meetup happening at 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, currently scheduled at Demos Greek Food, North St. Mary Street, but that can change. Contact Dwight B. at bemisdead@yahoo.com. All that contact information is on the website here, CanaryCryMeetups.com. And that's it. That's all that's scheduled right now, I think.
All that we have the stuff for. They're still working on the Eastern Texas meetup. And then I think somebody... we had another person throw their hat in the ring. Heather Surus was talking about doing one.
Perfect.
But we don't have info for that yet. We'll make it available when we can. But yeah, there's plenty of room for more meetups, folks. So wherever you are around the world... if you want to meet more Canarians just like you, it's very important to do so. These are the people that you'll have a whole lot to talk about when you meet up. Everybody's friendly and on the level, and especially meeting other people who listen to the show in your area. Who knows? Maybe you'll make a friend. Maybe you'll find your future spouse. It's happened. People have found their spouses at these meetups, and or at least met up for the first time with their spouses at these meetups.
Don't walk into a meetup expecting to be married that day.
I think maybe you should expect
lower some expectations.
Have high expectations. You will find your soulmate at a Canary Cry News Talk meetup.
Wow!
But it's easy to put one on if there's not one near you. You have to pick an activity. A lot of times they're at restaurants and stuff, and that's cool. People have a lot of fun with that. But they've also done meetups going on hikes or going to a museum or checking out some sort of weird Masonic landmark or something. Everything is possible. Just, consider what might be a fun thing to do. All you got to do is tell us about it, where it is, when it is. We will put it out there, and Canarians in your area will flock to meet you. And it's a real good time. Yeah. And you can find all of those. Oh, yeah. If you want to put one on, just tell us. Send us an email. Let us know, and we'll tell people about it. But head on over to CanaryCryMeetups.com to learn more. Go do it.
This is fun.
Do it.
Do it. Okay, just a couple of plugs. Make sure to go to CanaryCryStreetTeam.com for all sorts of printable flyers, fun, flirty, funny flyers. Print them up, hang them up all around your neighborhood. People will thank you for it someday, if not here, in the great beyond. CanaryCryBingo.com to get your bingo cards. There's all sorts of bingo cards available there that you can play while you listen to the show. And let's see, CanaryCryNewsTalk.com/roundtable to learn more about the Canary Cry Roundtable and read a list of the current Roundtable members, and so you can thank them and pray for them. Those sorts of nice things. And also, last but not least, go to the Canary Cry Clips channel on YouTube. Has now been cloned over to Odyssey. So if you're enjoying the clips, you should also follow it on Odyssey. That is a place it will never get taken down from, even if YouTube decides to take it down for whatever reason. But either way, search for Canary Cry Clips on YouTube or Odyssey. Follow that channel. The segments from all of our shows gets posted separately, so you can go back, listen to certain segments if you want to hear something again without having to scroll through an episode, or you can, listen to all of them. It does not include the breaks and intros and outros, and they're very shareable and careable, folks. So you can post them, send them to your friends without having to ask them to listen to a 4-hour podcast. Canary Cry Clips, go get them. That's it.
Okay.
Yes, it's wake-up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
Did you ever have the feeling that you were being watched?
It's time for surveillance update, Gonz. Of course, one of our lasting legacies being the first to truly report on the sewer surveillance. Well, it's getting a bit of a facelift here over at fiercebiotech.com. The headline, Kasana lands $30 million to take its heart-scanning smart toilet seat to the FDA. Wow. Heart scan toilet seat, Gonz. And one of the more apt examples of bringing med tech into the home and meeting patients on their terms. The developer of a smart toilet seat has raised $30 million to pursue an FDA clearance. Why would it cost $30 million for the FDA to approve a product? Why is it like that? Kasana aims to provide people with a regular heart health scan without intruding on their daily routine. The electronic sensors for logging heart rate and blood pressure built directly into the cushion. Quote, the heart seat is different from virtually every other vitals monitoring product in that it takes no time out of your day and works best when you forget it's even there, Kasana CEO Austin McCord said in a statement. The startup Series B round brings its lifetime fundraising total up to $46 million. It was founded in 2018 by a postdoc at the Rochester Institute of Technology, initially under the name Heart Health Intelligence. The financing was led by Morningside with additional backing from Matrix Partners and companies, Series A investors, General Catalyst, and Outsiders Fund. Last year, Kasana launched the first study of the heart seat through its Smart Integrated Technologies Lab, or SIT Lab, nice for short, to test out the hardware in a controlled environment. Now the company plans to complete clinical testing, obtain an FDA green light, and begin its commercial launch before the end of this year. Kasana is also exploring studies to examine how the routine collection of heart data can help health systems and insurers catch early changes in cardiovascular health and act preventatively to address issues such as high blood pressure. Another of the company's commercial goals is to have hospitals provide patients with the device as they are discharged so they can scan themselves at home following surgery and help head off readmissions, it says. Since the company's debut, the COVID-19 pandemic has placed new value on remote patient monitoring technologies, a market that passed $23 billion in 2020 and is on track to grow past $72 billion by 2025. Wow, tripling. They plan on tripling the
monitoring technologies. Surveillance
the
technologies.
Health surveillance technologies. Yeah. In 3 years, it's going to triple in 3 years. That's pretty crazy. Kasana estimated, however, many current devices see infrequent adherence or can be too burdensome on users with daily notifications and reminders. Quote, as healthcare moves from the doctor's office into the home, convenient home monitoring is becoming increasingly important for patient care, said Jeffrey Leiden, Kasana's chairman of the board and former CEO of Vertex Pharmaceuticals. The Panopticon widens its gaze, Gonz, not just upon what gets flushed down your toilet, but what sits upon it. Heart monitoring, both blood pressure and heart rate, taken by this toilet seat. So now your doctor can, I think that's kind of a weird place. I'm not sure if you get the most accurate readings. I'm not trying to be blue here, but sitting on the toilet, sometimes you can have a potential for a little heart rate increase or blood pressure increase depending on how much fiber you've eaten over the past couple days.
How is this sensor going to know the difference between that extra steak you ate at dinner or like a serious problem?
Yeah.
You're almost sick until proven otherwise.
Transhumanists, they just love spying on us in the bathroom, don't they?
They love it. Exit strategy option here, Basil. We're not going to invent anything new, but we can take some of these scanning toilets and we can get your love of bidets and we can combine them to create a new product.
Okay.
It's a bidet get me started.
And we'll have our little heart scanning, and in addition, we can maybe have it so,
COVID sensors.
I guess
sense COVID.
We can
we'll
sense
take
COVID.
Your heart rate, your blood pressure, and give you a little, keep you clean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a product that can do well.
Yeah,
if we do it.
See me in the YouTube makes a good point. Sick until proven healthy, Gonz.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, here's another bidet thing.
Don't even get me started on bidets, man. Bidets, man. Bidets, man. I'm telling you, you were living the life, man.
Bidets, man.
Bidets, man.
Well, it's also time to build back better.
Build back better. Build back better. Build back better. We will build Babylon better. This time, a new world order.
We saw somebody tweeting out about this a couple weeks ago, but it's interesting that it's now being picked up. Los Angeles Times: scores of guns stolen from trains cause more problems in L.A. Wow. In August,
we didn't talk a whole lot about the train robbing that's been going on.
Yeah,
if you haven't heard, LA, their trains, which generally move slowly through the city in these weird deep train troughs through LA, they're getting robbed like every day.
Yeah,
train heists.
Yep. This is just one aspect of it, but it's interesting. In August, LA police officers arrested 2 people in Lincoln Heights carrying a pair of shiny new .22 caliber handguns. The guns were clean, as though they came right off the shelf, not at all like the ones typically found following arrests. Just days later, officers patrolling in neighboring Northeast LA arrested a person with a similar handgun in the same pristine condition. A trace of the weapons revealed they came from a batch of 36 handguns reported missing as they were being shipped by train to Tennessee, Los Angeles Police Department officials said. One of the suspects arrested revealed that he had bought the weapon on the street and that they had come from cargo trains in the nearby Lincoln Heights rail yards. He casually mentioned that he could not afford the price of a shotgun being offered for sale, police investigators said. Shortly after, LAPD and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives arrested 2 other suspects with 2 of those shotguns and later learned that they were part of the missing shipment of 46 shotguns. The thefts of the weapons offer a sobering peek into the vulnerability of rail networks that are part of the supply routes that help deliver an untold number of guns to stores and consumers every year. Law enforcement sources told the LA Times they are investigating whether an argument over the stolen weaponry led to the killing of one man. Quote, "I've got 24 years in LAPD, ex-military, secret clearance, and I have to wait 10 days to get a new firearm, and these guys are going into these containers with no locks and getting guns," said Captain German Hurtado, who oversees the LAPD's Hollenbeck division, where the rail yards are located. Quote, "These guns were unguarded, unprotected. God knows how many guns have been stolen that way." Now, how is it not at least encased in a little bit more protection? I don't understand how they can. Are they just stealing boxes and then figuring out ways to get in them, and then there's like guns in them, or?
Yeah, I mean, they just rob the whole train. They just take everything, or whatever looks good.
Only a handful of the 82 guns known to have been stolen from the trains passing through the East Side neighborhood have been recovered. Investigators are not yet sure how many other weapons may have been pilfered, Hurtado said. A gang in LA's East Side orchestrated the thefts, according to LAPD detectives, feuding over who would profit from the stolen weaponry taken from the Union Pacific train yards. Appears to have been behind the killing of a person involved in the thefts, according to multiple law enforcement sources who were not authorized to speak publicly. The realization that so many guns had been taken from trains and the possibility that many more may have been stolen too was chilling, Hurtado said. Quote, "This is bigger than we thought. They aren't just stealing shoes and stuff. This is an organized crime to the level they are stealing guns," he said.
What are talking about?
Listen, okay, all right. Just keep going here. The cargo theft gained national attention earlier this month as images of the debris left on the Union Pacific tracks by thieves went viral. Union Pacific said it runs about 275 miles of track in LA County. Since December 2020, an average of 90 containers a day have been burglarized. 90 containers a day?
That much.
What in the come on. Most of these have occurred in 2 rail yards, including Lincoln Heights. Union Pacific, which has police powers along the tracks, and law enforcement officials have squabbled about who is to blame for the cargo thefts. Police and former employees say Union Pacific has downsized its security forces in recent years amid wider cutbacks, leaving Fright vulnerable. Oh, okay. So maybe all the police stuff even. Or again, this is former employees of the Union Pacific. So, okay, but still part of it. The company said it has deployed additional agents to LA County, but has refused to specify how many officers are typically assigned to the area. Quote, "We need strict accountability measures to stop these thefts, and we need them now," said Councilman Kevin DeLeon, who represents the area. Quote, "The families I represent have enough to worry about with gang violence, air pollution, and a high cost of living. They shouldn't have to worry about dangerous firearms flowing from federal railways into their neighborhoods."
Yeah.
Aren't you running the town, buddy, Kevin DeLeon? No mention of the stolen gun was made last week when Governor Gavin Newsom led a cleanup at the rail yards amid a large audience of reporters and other onlookers. This is where we need the Canary Cry boots on the ground reporters to be out there asking Gavin Newsom the tough questions.
Ooh, that would be cool.
Who do you represent? And you can say, birds aren't real. The theft of the weapons from the trains was largely kept under wraps until this week when LAPD Chief Michael Moore informed the Civilian Police Commission. Gun thefts from train cars have become a national issue. All right, it goes on, and we don't have to get into all the details here. But, for as much as LA County, and especially California being a blue state, LA County being a very blue county, as much as they talk about gun stuff and rights, or not even rights, just take away guns. They're very anti-gun. Could they at least protect the cargo? Figure out a way to make sure that 90 carts aren't being stolen a day, or what is it? Not carts.
But it's crazy.
Containers.
I didn't know it was that much. That is so much stuff.
That is corruption level. Where
there could easily be $250,000 worth of stuff in each one of those containers. I mean, it has to be. How can the people running the railroads turn a blind eye unless they're getting a cut or something, or they're scared because they're gang members? I mean, it's just, because if you think about like the old, the mafia, the Italian mafia in New York and stuff like that, you've heard stories about how, they would walk into a business, like a random business, like you're doing whatever, you're a bartender or whatever. And they'll drop some cash on the table and be like, we need this building for, half hour or whatever. And you just comply because they're the gang, you don't mess with them. Wonder if that kind of thing is happening with the railroads. But anyway, I don't know. Well, there's another aspect to it, which is, it could be that they're not doing anything about it because somebody doesn't want them to do anything about it.
100%.
Because it is the brand, it's the new at home aspect of the supply chain issues. There's the manufacturing, which was always a problem, but okay, kind of that's started ramping up again this year. There was the dock workers problem, which was the great resignation / blah, blah, blah about the port of LA with 60 ships parked outside of it. Nobody can unload the boats, blah, meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow. Now they can unlock. Jeez, my brain is fried now. Now they can unload the boats, and they're getting the containers on the trains. But now the trains are getting robbed. You know, especially because the trains just got a huge boost from the infrastructure
bill. Yeah, you got to really display the problems to get the money in. That makes sense.
Yeah. So I mean, you might be looking at some of this infrastructure bill money going towards private armed security for that's very shipment of goods.
It's very convenient because you're tackling two issues, right? You got the infrastructure side of thing and the supply chain. Look at this as a problem, and then the gun problem. You know, like, oh my gosh, the guns are being distributed. You know, there are more ghost guns and whatever. So it's interesting that you can kind of do both. You know, if you want to really scare, especially like the Dem liberal left wing type of people, to accept some kind of legislation, you get free. You know, free guns being stolen off of trains is a great way to, you know, push for that money. But there's, you know, part of this, I think, and yes, you bring up good points, and those are certainly important angles to this. But this is the Los Angeles Times. I want to kind of take a step back approach to this a little bit too, because number one, you know, LA has become just a bastion, and not everywhere, but just most of the area is pretty bad. You got the homeless problem. You have a lot of shutdowns of different businesses and everything. Certain parts of downtown are just completely overrun by homeless people, homeless camps. And
you've got the large scale, you know, crime waves. You've got the
crime is out of control.
You know, the 100 people run into a store, department store, and just rob it and leave and run in different directions, and police aren't doing anything about it.
So the reason why I'm as a show that deconstructs mainstream media, I want to call out LA Times here, because as the quote unquote beacon of news, beacon of light when it comes to news in Southern California, LA Times is kind of, it's like the New York Times, right? They're like number one supposedly. And they could have prevented so much of what's happened to Los Angeles in the last decade, but you know, instead they focused on profit. They focused on, you know, not really caring about the people. They mostly worried about making money. And I wanted to kind of get I didn't want to do a super deep dive, but I did look into some stuff about who owns the LA Times. Do you know about this, Basil? Who owns LA Times?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Patrick Soon-Shiong.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's I was going to say is a Chinese guy.
Chinese guy. Well, I think he's Chinese American, or he's not like pure Chinese. But there's an article here that was published back in October of 2021 by Los Angeles Magazine, LA Mag, and the headline is "Inside the Secret World of LA Times Owner Patrick Soon-Shiong." He's best known for the LA Times, though his role in the region long predates his 2018 acquisition of the legacy publication. So he purchased LA Times in 2018. I think I remember this, actually, the story. But
we've talked about it for sure.
And he definitely has influence. You know, he's a very powerful man. He I think he had like a medical device that went viral, not viral, but anyway, he made billions of dollars. But I just want to point out a couple things here that, you know, are interesting. Soon-Shiong first gained a stake in the LA Times in 2015 and took full control from an entity known as Tronc 3 years later. Angelenos celebrated the sale as the potential for the publication to be back under local control, and with the promise of newsroom investment following a disastrous decade-plus period of out-of-state ownership and cost-cutting. So, again, kind of showing the history of the LA Times and why maybe the actual people of LA were not they weren't the people that were being served when it comes to the newspaper. The article it's referring to a New Yorker article that broke down the Soon-Shiong story here. According to the article says Soon-Shiong has invested $100 million in Times infrastructure and staff, and mentions the move of the headquarters from downtown to a property he owns in El Segundo. Then later here, there are many surprising elements in the article, including how Soon-Shiong was in the locker room with Kobe Bryant after the Lakers star ruptured his Achilles tendon in 2013. And he actually advised him to get surgery immediately, which is not something surgeons usually recommend. They usually wait till the swelling goes down, but Apparently he knew better, I guess. There are descriptions of his business dealings, including investing in Zoom in 2013, when it was worth $50 million. The company is now worth $7 billion. There have been political affiliations as well. Quote, in late 2016, he and Michelle, his wife's name is Michelle, gave $100,000 to Hillary Clinton's campaign. 12 days after the election, he had dinner with Donald Trump. It's funny because the New Yorker, they don't want to do Asian hate, but they want to show that he's inconsistent. He's not truly one of us, Then the article closes here. The close of the article looks at Sun Xiang's personal attempt to develop a new coronavirus vaccine, as well as his constellation of businesses in El Segundo that fall under the umbrella of Nantworks. It explains that the moniker comes from Nantan, a Navajo word for he who speaks for the people. Inside the Nantworks galaxy, says the article, there's Nant Health, which builds diagnostic medical software, Nant Cloud, which offers cloud computing services, Immunity Bio, which develops immunotherapy treatments for cancer, and Nant Studios, a movie sound, stage, and visual effects studio. There are also Nant Mobile, Nant Biosciences, Nant Energy, Nant Omics, and Nant Games. And the point here is that this man who owns the LA Times, not only did he want to create a vaccine for the pandemic, but he wants to control every aspect of people's lives, it looks like, with this little Nantworks umbrella network. And
sounds like a real technocrat type.
My thing is, if these people truly cared about the community, especially like LA, where the gap between the wealthy and the poor is huge. There have been so many ample opportunities in the last however many years to, especially through a publication like the LA Times, to actually do things that are good for the people. And the fact that they haven't, and the fact that this guy that owns the LA Times, who just all they do is peddle, progressive elite propaganda, instead of tackling clear issues that we're having, such as these guns being stolen off trains, which I would think probably a fairly simple solution, right? If you can afford it, if you're a billionaire, you can probably come up with ways to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, like hire more truckers instead of putting it on trains.
Or something. Or just get a lock. Or, I don't know. I don't know exactly how it all works.
They are locked. These things are locked and sealed. It's just, it's a slow-moving train through a densely populated area.
Sure, yeah. I don't know. It makes me angry that there are people in this world who have the resources that can actually make a difference, and they don't. They decide to... And I guess this is just part of the whole concept of what it's like to be, the temptation of Jesus on, the top of the kingdom. He was shown all the kingdoms. You can have it all if you just bow to me. That's what Satan tempted Jesus with in Matthew. I think it's Matthew. I'm going to say 4, maybe. It's just weird how a lot of that thinking or that theology is proven so much in our world today with people like Patrick Soon-Shiong, billionaire, very successful. And I'm not saying that he's a bad guy or anything like that, but just something happens when you're in this elite world where you think you're doing the right thing by creating all these basically surveillance mechanisms for communities when the solutions are much more practical,
Yeah, there's a sickness. There's a sickness when you get that much money. And I think it's a true sickness. It warps your experience, warps your idea of what helping people looks like. You become obsessed, and there's this weird power thing. There's how many billionaires are there? There's very few billionaires in the world. There's something like 1,000 of them. So when you join a extremely small group of people, you get this sense that you know better than everybody else. And there are ways that you could help that are bigger than the peons would understand. And on top of that, you probably don't actually even care about helping people. You're
doing it to make sure.
Power.
Yeah.
It's a matter of legacy at that point. When money isn't a problem, legacy is the next thing. And every billionaire wants to be known as some father of industry and human achievement. It's not actually about helping anybody. It's about sort of the apotheosis of the billionaire.
Yeah.
And they're all like that, because yes, in one day, they could make the money available to solve world hunger or whatever, but they don't, because they are just they're industry people. They're not actually really concerned with world hunger.
Plus, I think it's something to be said that when you get to that point where you're a billionaire and your business and all this kind of stuff, you're almost like not your own man. Like, you are so dependent on other people and other businesses or whatever that, and then I think people get protective of their money or their wealth. So they'll do things to maintain certain relationships, even if it means destroying whole communities. And you're right. I think it's a perception thing.
Well, that's the sickness of it.
Yeah.
And anybody who knows rich people or people who have, a lot of money. I mean, you could say it however you want. It seems to be that the more money that you get, the more afraid you are to lose it.
Yeah.
And, I've known a number of really wealthy people. And the one thing they all have in common is that they sort of have this idea that their money could disappear at any moment, and they don't want that to happen. And so they make very conservative choices. And maybe they do want to help people, but they're going to do it in a way that protects their wealth.
Yeah, protects their wealth and also earns.
Probably earns more.
Yeah. 2,755 billionaires in the world, according to Forbes' 2021 billionaires list.
2,700, yeah. Still a pretty small club.
Small club.
Which is funny as an American growing up. Like, the idea that we're all told is we can all be billionaires, rather.
Right.
It's like,
we can all do it.
Well, 2,700 in the entire world are billionaires. It's possible, but hey. Don't be disappointed if it doesn't happen.
Well, this is one group, billionaire group, that didn't quite have their plans work out, which I consider a victory here. This is theregister.com, and the headline here is "Kark dit Diem? Zuckerberg's grand cryptocurrency thing may sell off assets for $200 million." Diem, the spurned cryptocurrency payment system spawned under the name Libra by Mark Zuckerberg's Facebook, itself now operating as Meta. Oh my gosh, they have to explain so much to get to. Will reportedly sell its assets to Silvergate Capital Corporation. Silvergate, which announced a partnership with the Diem Association in May 2021, is negotiating with Diem to buy its technology for something like $200 million, according to reports from Bloomberg, The Wall Street Journal, and Politico. The deal has not yet been publicly finalized, but it may be soon. A Diem spokesperson declined comment. So, I have to say, a couple years ago, or maybe a year and a half ago, something like that, Libra, Facebook Libra, everyone was freaking out about Libra. And then Diem, they changed their name to Diem. And I remember there were a handful of people saying that Diem will usher in the mark of the beast. This is it. Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook, Diem, it's all mark of the beast. And I'm not saying that they were wrong in the trajectory or the motif of it all. That we might have what appears to be something like a mark of the beast situation if one corporation that collects all the data on you, what you eat, where you are, who you talk to, what you say, can also control what you buy, how much money you have, and track all of that. Yeah, it starts to sound a little bit like Revelation 13 there. But obviously, Facebook ran into some legislative issues, and it looks like they're going to sell off Diem, which makes sense why they shifted to Meta and Metaverse, right? It was kind of a pivot move for them to stay relevant because it didn't really work out with the crypto side of things. But I don't know. I consider it a small victory, but not one that changes the trajectory of where we're headed in terms of the medical dictatorship and all that. But it looks like there is some retreat happening with the enemy, with the trucker freedom convoy, and the news about DM selling. It's a good thing that Facebook weren't basically able to create their own cryptocurrency, and they ran into not just technological issues, but legislative issues. So just a quick update, something that I think is good news, if obviously not the good news of the gospel, but good news in the context of the egregious here.
Okay. Well, we better check in with the most important geographical area on the planet.
Where's that?
It's so cold.
So a new discovery. Antarctica.
Antarctica climate crisis. Penguins.
This is AustralianGeographic.com.au. It's our final story for the day. And the headline is, it's actually a blog, but, thought I'd bring it just because it's fun. Headline is, heck no, the giant Antarctic sea spider.
It's happening. They're breaking through the portals.
The giant Antarctic sea spider looks like an alien. And there's a photo here. This is a stock photo. It is terrifying. Terrifying. We'll get into it here. Looks like, look at this lanky orange hell spawn. I'm going to go ahead and say that we're not buying whatever it's selling. We've got enough problems without having to contemplate the motivations of this faceless alien baby. Meet the giant Antarctic sea spider, Decolopoda australis, seen here absolutely dwarfing a European sea spider. And yes, if you look at the picture, the European sea spider looks like a drop in the bucket compared to this ginormous thing here. An example of gigantism, wherein an animal grows unusually large due to a lack of predators and other factors that will limit their size. The Antarctic sea spider can grow to more than 30 inches in diameter, about the length of a chihuahua. The European sea spider, by comparison, is just a few centimeters long. 30 inches in diameter, Basil. Okay, I have a little tape ruler here. I'm going to go 30 inches. All right, here we go. 30 inches.
Oh, he has an actual tape measure.
I got a little measure here. This thing can cover my face. This thing will grab my face.
Head, you mean?
Yeah. You're right. My whole, and just my head, the whole
30
thing.
30 inches is humongous.
It's huge.
That's almost 3 feet. That's 2.5 feet. Yeah, that's a big spider, man.
It's huge.
Not a Spider-Man. It's Spider-Man.
And it's called the Decolopoda australis because they have.
And also, you were doing 30 inches in circumference.
Yeah,
30
inches.
What they
said?
No, they said diameter. Oh. That means it's 30 inches from end to end.
Oh, okay. So
it's 2.5 feet long spider.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's a spider as big as a dog.
That is. Getting creeped out. Okay.
Eat your heart out, Australia.
One of the few species of pycnogonids with 5 pairs of legs. So
5 pairs, that's 10 legs.
10 legs on this thing.
That's not a spider.
That's what I'm saying,
Is this
man.
a crab?
No. Look, here's what I was thinking,
I'm
okay?
looking at it.
Okay. Okay. What do we have? We have 5 fingers on each hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we have 10 fingers, right?
Yeah. Whoa.
This spider is like a pre-humanoid creature, like spawning through. I don't know, like the beginnings of intelligence came through fingers, and I don't know. I'm going off track here, but anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand, but it's whatever it is. It's as scary as it sounds.
Okay, so the point being, Antarctica, and look, they found this thing in 1987 or whatever, so it's not like this is a new thing. But my gosh, this thing is humongous. It's creepy. It's in Antarctica, and here's where I see the connection to the occult, and the elites.
Okay.
Have you seen the entrance of Bohemian Grove?
Personally, no.
Okay, well, there's a big little thing there with the owl. It's got Bohemian Club. And around the owl symbol, it says, "Weaving spiders come not here."
Okay.
Have you not done the deep dive into the spiders and the alien elite and all that?
No.
Oh, you haven't? Okay.
But weaving spiders come not here. It sounds like the Antarctic sea spider could still go there. I don't think those spiders make webs, do they?
Well, I don't know.
I don't think so. Underwater webs? That's too much. I don't think sea spiders make webs.
Maybe not.
But that's why they're allowed in Bohemian Grove.
They're allowed in Bohemian Grove. There you go.
Yeah. See? Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Antarctica, people talk about like Australia as being the scariest place and with the most deadly, spooky things. It's definitely Antarctica. They are hiding all of our greatest predators in Antarctica.
I mean, the plot thickens with Australia. We have the Nephilim penguins.
You mean Antarctica?
What did I say?
Australia.
Oh, Antarctica, yeah. We have the Nephilim penguins. We got these big Nephilim spiders now.
Yeah.
I mean...
Well, you hear a lot about how we need to save Antarctica. Global warming is killing species in Antarctica. If global warming is going to kill off all these spiders, I think we got some room to work with that, folks. Look, I'm not saying I want any of the cool stuff to die in the world. But these spiders, I don't think they're welcome here. Not in my Antarctica. Make Antarctica great again. Protect its borders from giant spiders.
I just typed into the interwebs machine here. Do water spiders spin webs? And what the result was, a giant yes.
Really? Yeah. Underwater webs?
Water spiders. There are some spiders that live in the water. They don't have gills, but they do have a really neat way of breathing. The spider will spin the web on the water's surface and collect air bubbles to fill it from underneath.
Okay, but you got to search for Antarctic giant Nephilim spider. Does that spider spin webs?
Okay, well, if okay, let me just keep
there's
going
definitely
here.
some sort of portal opened up by the Nazis, and the Nephilim penguins have completed the ritual, and
now the spiders are
emerging. The demon spiders have taken holds of the land, and they're waiting and they're watching, and these poor Antarctic scientists are having to live day in, day out, looking over their shoulder, being careful as they sit on their Antarctic freezing toilets, just making sure that none of these underwater Antarctic spiders make their way up, inhabit the bodies of the scientists. We need to be screened. I mean, talk about international travel. We need to be screening these scientists for some sort of dark passenger, some sort of 10-legged, 2.5-foot long dark passenger waiting for its chance to get into the White House and take over. Oh my gosh, Willow, the White House cat, is the only thing standing between.
Oh gosh. Now Willow the cat is a hero.
Willow is protecting us from the Antarctic spider espionage. Something like that. I've said sillier things and it's come true. So I'm just going to go with that for now.
Okay. Well,
all right, everybody.
Thanks for tuning in. It's almost a 5-hour show. Well, it's 4.5 hours.
We got started earlier than usual today,
which allowed us to go longer.
And we used up all the time that we were hoping to save.
Yeah.
We have got to get this show under control, Gonz. All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. We'll be back on Wednesday, which is February 2nd. So make sure to tune back in as we go live to tape. And remember, we'll need some producers for that episode. That'll be episode 441. The countdown begins to episode 444. So remember, the show can only continue because of the generosity and participation of producers just like you. You can support the show by heading over to patreon.com, or even better, CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
Canary Cry Radio.
patreon.com/support.
That's right. Remember, you can join up with the Canary Cry Supply Drop. Go to CanaryCry.Supply.com and learn all about it. You've been wanting some cool merch and things like that, from your best buddies, Basil and Gonz at Canary Cry News Talk. This is your chance. I just got an update email that I just read secretly to myself while Gonz was talking about spiders, that the ARG game is coming along nicely. I think you guys are going to love it. So head on over, CanaryCrySupplyDrop.com. Become a producer. Help yourself. Respect yourself. Become a producer. That's our new tagline. Respect yourself. Produce the show. Because relying on advertisers to pay for your news media is a lot of things, but it is definitely not respecting yourself. It's self-care, baby. Produce the show.
The interwebs is now telling me sea spiders do not spin webs.
Thank God. Thank God. Thank you. Thank Christ in heaven for that. He does watch over us.
He does.
As is evident by giant Antarctic sea spiders not having the ability to spin webs.
Yeah.
We would have no more Antarctic scientists if that were the case.
Yeah.
So produce the show. Love yourself. Produce the show. But thank you to all of the producers of this episode of Canary Cry News Talk 440. These people love themselves and respect themselves. Starting with Baya Elle, Jason P, Brenda O, Dylan T, Jessica L. Oh, that's Sir Dylan, Knight of the Whaling Avian, by the way. Spears Desert, Marie C, Sandra K, Morph, Heather Sir Russ, JC, Sir Scott, Knight of Truth, Sir Casey, the Shield Knight, Palmer B, Child of God, Jimmy R, Doctor Who Done Dat, Veronica D, Gail M, Jackie U, and Amanda P. And thank you to everybody who left messages, audio messages over at CanaryCryNewsTalk.com. Of course, thank you, former President Donald Trump, for leaving a message. And thank you, CoolRunningsMon, for facilitating that. We appreciate that very much. Thank you to Elle for your question, and Christy for the trucker report coming down to Washington, baby. What was it? What did we have 3 messages? We have more than that? Was it 3?
I think it was 4.
It was 3. I think it was 4. Who did I think? Oh, I thanked everybody. Oh, yeah. And our Canadian trucker for wishing Allie a happy birthday. Also, happy birthday, Dame Allie. So much love for Dame Allie around here. Yes. Who else am I thinking? Timestampsers. It's a lot of hard work. Appreciate it very much. And of course, thank you to our artists, our musicians, and all the producers who make this show happen. We couldn't do it without you. Now, like was asked earlier in the show by Elle, who was wondering, I want to be a producer, but financially it's not in the cards for me. Well, you can become a producer in so many ways. You can create art, create jingles. If you have skills or interests, send us an email. We have ways for you to produce the show that do not involve currency. And if you're interested in that, send us an email at CanaryCryRadio@gmail.com. In fact, you can send all your producership, art and music and everything to CanaryCryRadio@gmail.com or CanaryCryRadio@ProtonMyMail.com. If you're a cool hacker kid, don't want the government seeing your emails, man. You can also leave ratings and reviews. I've seen a couple of reviews come in since our last disappointment on Friday, but it's not enough. There's only a couple, which we're very thankful for. That means we need 3 more reviews by Friday to really kick those algorithms into gear and give us a benefit. Okay. If there's been any episode to teach you how powerful working with these algorithms are, remember Michael Spencer. Artificial intelligence, the amateur futurist and indie influencer who has robots write his articles and somehow captures the first slot in the search results for the Canadian trucker Convoy. So that's what we're trying to do here with the reviews. More ratings, more reviews. That's how we get to Michael Spencer level. Please leave ratings and reviews on Apple Podcasts. It's a little purple icon on any Apple product that you own. Click on that. Search for Canary Cry News Talk. Subscribe. Then leave a rating and a review. Thank you very much. Don't forget CanaryCryMeetups.com, CanaryCryStreetTeam.com, CanaryCryBingo.com. It's all there, folks. And remember, by the way, episode 444. Prepare yourself for the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames special. Only comes around every 111 episodes, where you can become an Insta Knight or an Insta Dame for $444. Or if you're already a Knight or Dame, you can rise to the level of the new nobility of the Canary Cry Roundtable called Daimyo. Am I saying that correctly?
Sure.
Can I say it like that?
Sure.
Is that racist?
No.
It's the right way to pronounce it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. So can't wait to see some of you become a daimyo. Now, here's a clarification. I saw some questions about this. You do not need to change your title if you are already a knight. So you don't become, if you're like, for instance, Sir Dylan, Knight of the Wailing Avian, you don't necessarily become, Daimyo Dylan, Knight of the Wailing Avian, unless you want to. You definitely could. You just you have an opportunity for a title change that you can change if you'd like. You don't have to. And there will be some other details I'll give out next episode. But just to clarify that, there you go. Last but not least, you can share the show, share it with your friends, share it with your family, put it on your social media. It really helps, even if you don't have a ton of followers or whatever. Again, it's those ding dang algorithms. Just having the links out there really helps. And you don't have to share the full episode. You can go to Canary Cry Clips on YouTube. Find a clip of a cool thing you saw on a cool podcast. You can share that. It's a nice, shareable, bite-sized pieces of the show that people will really enjoy if you share that out. Canary Cry Clips on YouTube. But you don't got to do it the normal way. A lot of people, they like to do it their own way. Pave their own road. Dance beat their own drum. You know the thing. Popcorn was a cool dude. Corn Pop. Some people might want to be a little bit more future looking. Maybe you're an amateur futurist like our buddy Michael Spencer over there, and you want to find one of the new fancy cool ways that the kids are sharing shows nowadays. Well, you heard the Flippy update where the Chinese are creating the robot nannies to care for the babies in the artificial womb. They are we don't need any of these pesky unsafe human wombs, these inefficient dinosaurs of biological reproduction. No. Well, we're not them, folks. This is America. We make our babies the natural way. That's right there inside of good old American women. The safest, most efficient way to reproduce as a human species. And we appreciate our American women. And that's why we've here at Canary Cry Labs have discovered a way to increase the safety and efficacy and efficiency of the American womb. And that is with our new patented giant belly headphones. That's right. Are you tired of trying to fit regular human-sized headphones over your pregnant belly filled with the combination of your DNA and that of your committed and loving spouse? Well, now you don't have to. Now we have giant belly headphones. Yep, that's right. Big enough to fit over even the most pregnant of bellies. You can hear all sorts of reviews from the many Canary Cry mothers and fathers who have made little Canary Cry babies over the past couple of years. A whole new generation of canary. It's going out there saying, tweet, hungry boy, give me the truth. And now you can put these big old headphones right on your belly and play Canary Cry News Talk directly to that beautiful gift of God. Well, it doesn't matter whether you're in zygote, embryo, or fetus stage. or you're coming up on your third trimester, your baby, no matter what the size, will enjoy listening to Canary Cry News Talk through your big belly headphones. Perhaps they will make their way into a Canary Cry supply drop someday. And that's the way you change the world, folks. You don't need robots. You just need bigger headphones to fit over the bellies of the pregnant ladies. Then we get more efficient childbirth, safer childbirth, and those kids come out knowing exactly what's wrong with today's corporate legacy news media, because they've been developing expert skills at analysis and deconstruction built right into them. Boom.
Women rule!
Human Baby 2.0, brought to you by Canary Cry News Talk, baby. So go do that. Make some giant headphones. Give them out to your favorite pregnant people in your life. And by people, I mean women. But you don't have to do it that way. There's all sorts of ways you can do it. We like to call it rattling cages. And if you need any more instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up to them, you grab them by the cage, and then you shake it.
Oh, that's not it. Let's try that one again.
Okay. You walk right up to it, and then you shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
Oh, come on, man.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
Gotta press your grunt button, Gonz. But
my mute button, you mean?
Yeah, you have any last grunts to grunt for us at the end of the show here?
Nah, I think that's it. We're at the 4-hour, 49-minute mark if we're on my clock.
Oh, we just gotta stretch a little bit longer for the 5-hour episode.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, jeez Louise. All right, everybody. Thanks very much.
You want to stretch it to 5 hours. I know you do, but
we'll get there.
I don't. It's going to get there with all the stuff.
Mixtape.
Yeah,
the mixtape, it'll be there. Yeah. All right, there you go. Thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk, everybody. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cage.
Happy birthday, Allie.
Do it already. Leave us a voice message.
Happy birthday, Allie.
Happy birthday, Allie.
This is the way.
We're all gonna die.
Give me a break.
Feed him more.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people zoo.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!
The cosmos, children in the space lane.
I'm an adult in a spaceship.
Supersonic space lane screamed to life and the vehicle swooped upward. On board, the passengers experienced a 3 Gs of force from the burst of extreme acceleration and watched the blue sky fade into space.
In the back have been cleared to unstrap.
Oh, yeah.
In the back have been cleared to unstrap.
Yes. Do it, Richard. Do it, Jeff. Do it for humanity.
To all you kids down there, I was once a child with a dream. Now I'm an adult in a spaceship.
You can accomplish it. You can do. Big windows, cool. Rocket ship, cool. Space plane, cool.
Nukes, cool. Blowing stuff up,
cool. Space plane, astronaut, rocket ship.
Previous anchor.
We have Basil is a human. Just look at him. Go to the bathroom in bags. He can go to the bathroom in the cosmos. It changed everything. Why in space? Children in the cosmos. With your best friend brother. Wives in the cosmos. Children in the space lane.
We are headed to space.
Get vaccinated.
the God of glory appeared to our father Abraham and said to him, "Go out from your kindred and go into the land that I will show you." Yet he gave him no inheritance in the land. But God promised to give it as a possession to his offspring after him, though he had no child. And God spoke to this effect, that his offspring would be sojourners in a land belonging to others, and they would be afflicted for 400 years. "But I will judge the nation that they serve," said God, "and after that they shall come out and worship me in this place." And so Abraham became the father of Isaac, and Isaac became the father of Jacob, and Jacob fathered the 12 patriarchs. And the patriarchs, jealous of their brother, sold Joseph to the Egyptians. But God was with him and rescued him out of all of his trouble and gave him favor and wisdom before the Pharaoh. Now there came a famine throughout all Egypt and Canaan, and our fathers could find no food. But when Jacob heard that there was grain in Egypt, he sent out our fathers, and Joseph's family became known to Pharaoh. And so Israel went down into Egypt. As the time of the promise drew near, the people multiplied in Egypt, until there arose a king who did not know Joseph. He took advantage of our brothers and forced our fathers to cast out their children, so that they would not live. It was at this time Moses was born. When he was cast out, Pharaoh's daughter saw him and brought him up as her own son. When he was 40 years old, he went to the children of Israel, and seeing one of them being wronged, he defended the oppressed man and avenged him by striking down the Egyptian. He believed that his brothers would understand that God was saving them by his hand, but they did not understand. On the following day, he came to them again as they were arguing, and he tried to reconcile them, saying, "Men, you are brothers. Why do you wrong each other?" But the man who was wronging his neighbor said, "Who made you a judge over us? Do you wish to kill me as you did the Egyptian yesterday?" When Moses heard this, he fled. Now an angel appeared to him in the wilderness, as a flame of fire in a bush. Yet the bush was not consumed. And as he drew near, he heard the voice of the Lord. "I am the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and of Jacob." And Moses trembled and did not dare to look. Then the Lord said to him, "I have seen the affliction of my people in Egypt. I have heard their groaning, and I have come down to deliver them. Come, I will send you to Egypt." This Moses, whom they rejected, saying, "Who made you a judge?" This man God sent as both ruler and redeemer by the hand of the angel who appeared to him in the bush. This man led them out, performing wonders and signs. This is the Moses who said to Israel, "God will raise up for you a prophet from among your brothers." This is the one who stood before the angel at Mount Sinai and received living oracles to give to us. But our fathers refused to obey him, and in their hearts they turned back to Egypt. And they said, "We want gods who will lead us. As for this Moses, we are unsure of him." And so they made an idol and gave offerings to it, and they rejoiced in the work of their own hands. Therefore God turned away and gave them over to worship the host of heaven.
It's Corona time. COVID-19, 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 come down. COVID-19, 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 gonna do? Burn!
Keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths!
5, 6.